It's the season of giving, and 8 of the province's best drivers will once again do their part to help children in need. The 3rd annual Holiday Driver Challenge, in support of Toys for Tots, takes place on Sunday, December 18th at the Raceway. A day of friendly competition where local children in need are the big winners. Tune in for full coverage beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern on COSA TV.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District for an afternoon of winter racing. Winter has showed up here just below the freezing mark, -1 Celsius, that being 30 Fahrenheit. Racing officials say the track condition, we're going to call it snow, right? Because it's snowing. There's a bit of buildup on track. Not a significant amount of snow buildup, but that's going to be the track condition to start off the card. This Drivers Holiday Challenge card in support of Toys for Tots. Again, going with the track condition rated with snow below the freezing mark. 18 minutes to post time on race number 1 as we get set to roll through program changes. Following the changes will be the driver intros for our 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. Again, it's all in support of Toys for Tots. Let's go to changes now for the 9-dash program on this Sunday matinee. In the opener, number 1, Style Snapshot is going to put the blinkers on. Blinkers for 1. Number 6, Kempenfeld, switching to the blind. Blind for the 6. And number 8, Colossal Faith, happens to be a scratch. The 9 will not be moving in, removing 8 and 9 from race number 1, sponsored by Woodbine Mohawk Park. Thanking all the sponsors. All the named races today are through sponsorship, with the donation of the sponsorship money, of course, going towards Toys for Tots. Race number 2, number 6, Cajun Lightning, is going to switch to an open bridle, open up the 6 in race 2. And the 7, Nassau Hanover, switching to blind. Blind for 7 in race 2. 3rd race. Race number 3 is clear, so too is the 4th. Races 3 and 4 are clear of changes. Race number 5, it's the Jimmy Freight 2022 Camlock Classic winner feature. And number 1 on Impulse. Put the blinkers on. Blinkers for 1 in the 5th. Number 6, Penny's Noir. It's going to switch to a blind bridle. Blind for 6 in the 5th. Race number 6. It's a line for the 3, Massive Ovation, starting here on the 16th. Was a 3rd best finisher, 2:03 and 2. Scott Coulter was in the driver's seat. Races 7 and 8 are clear of changes. Our 9th and final, sponsored by the connections of Bulldog Hanover. Bulldog Hanover, fastest standardbred ever, 1:45 and 4. Feature finale in the 9th race. Number 4, Mr. X, has scratching number 4 from race number 9. Again, we've got named races all afternoon, all sponsored by the connections. As mentioned, the Bulldog, Sealster Farms, COSA, Vic Putty Stables, Jimmy Freight, Our 2022 Camelot Classic winner, Grand River Raceway. And Cosa again doing the third. Clinton Raceway's on board. And again, to start things off, Woodbine Mohawk Park. And again, through their sponsorship, those donations of the sponsorship going directly towards the Toys for Tots fundraiser this afternoon. We are going to take a short break right now as we await the drivers who will be making their way up from the paddock here shortly. Driver intros, of course. We do it on our big nights, right? Camelot Classic night for sure. And anytime we've had a drivers championship, driver challenge, it's awfully nice to acknowledge the drivers competing. So we'll await the drivers for the intros. Again, they'll be on their way up from the paddock here momentarily. We'll take a short break now, and we'll come back with a whole lot more. Robert Reed Jr. will be joining us for the broadcast as well, his commentary, ticket ideas, and selections as well. And I believe a friend of the show, Nathan Bain, might be by to call some action this afternoon as well. It's all shaping up to be a fabulous afternoon for our third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Glad you're with us on track or from wherever you're tuned in from. Happy to have you with us. And you can catch up with all the action on the COSA TV social media platforms. Likely a link on the Standardbred Canada website as well. If you can't be with us, you can watch and wager through HBI Bet, and you can also tune in on the COSA TV social media platforms. Enjoy your day at the races in London, Ontario. 14 minutes to post time on race 1 of 9. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, going up to race number 5. We did offer up a change on number 1 on impulse. You can disregard that. We had to on impulse going to blinkers, but that is not going to happen. No changes as far as bridles go for the one on Impulse in race number 5. And again, still awaiting the drivers that will be competing in our 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Anytime we've got a big day here in London, it's awfully nice to acknowledge our competing drivers, whether it be the Kamloops Classic Night or any challenge or championship. Last time we did driver intros, believe it was the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, where Natasha Day, who will be competing today, went 5 for 5 to take down the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. So again, very soon taking place down in our winner's circle, drivers intros for this 3rd annual edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Already about 9 minutes away from our first of 9 on this Sunday matinee. I can see the drivers are assembling here trackside. If you happen to be with us on track, feel free to come on outside to offer up your best wishes for our drivers competing this afternoon. Again, the Drivers Holiday Challenge intros coming up here shortly. And they will be lined up in program order for race number 1 from left to right. So we'll get that in place, and we'll begin the intros here very soon. Stand by. Already, drivers are assembling here. Winter has showed up in London. Just a week away from Christmas. A beautiful sight here on track as we got our drivers lined up and introducing our competing drivers for the 3rd annual edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots from left to right. We'll start off with our leading driver for wins in 2022 at the Raceway, approaching $1 million in earnings aboard the horses here in London. It's been a career best season for him with well over 300 wins and $2 million plus earned in the bike. Currently number 2 in the nation for victories this season. Here is Travis Henry. He's a top 3 driver for wins here in London, and he's got a career best season on the go with over 300 wins and $2 million plus earned while driving the horses in Ontario. Currently in the top 5 for wins in Canada. He's coming in off a driving triple here on Friday night. Give it up for Brett MacDonald. She's the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Champion for 2022, and she won that in style, going 5 for 5 right here in London. She's already topped a career best year for driving wins, and now takes aim at her career best year for earnings. And here is the Raceway's girl power pilot, Natasha Day. He just missed in this event last season, finishing in the runner-up spot. Now he's back as a top 4 driver for wins in London and a top 10 driver for wins in Canada for 2022. We know many Maritimers are going to be tuned in and turned on for this Nova Scotia native today. Best of luck, Colin Kelly. He's made the move to Woodbine Mohawk Park as a driver's room regular there, and he's aiming towards a career best season for earnings in the bike, where he's just shy of $1.7 million earned this season. He's the likable invader in this challenge. He's the answer, Scott Young. He was the winner of this challenge last season and comes back to defend the title as Canada's leading driver for wins in 2022. His record-setting 8-win performance a few weeks ago at Woodbine Mohawk Park has him showing up today in very sharp form. Welcome back, James MacDonald. Currently number 2 for driving wins in London this season and number 5 in the nation. He has put together his best season to date for both wins and earnings. Not only is it his first $1 million season in the bike, but he's also just gone over $2 million in earnings for 2022. Count on him to be in the hunt. Here is Tyler Borth. A popular pilot here in London. He's another driver that has put up career best numbers this season with 125 wins and almost $800,000 earned while driving the horses here in Ontario, hoping for a home field advantage today around this Forest City Oval. Give it up for Scott Ray. There you have it, folks. There are your driver intros. 8 top drivers in Ontario competing in the 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. The check on display here, donation from the Raceway here, and all involved going towards Toys for Tots, Director of Racing Rob Lumsden, Racing Manager Tony Elliott, and a Toys for Tots rep on hand, and a wonderful in the winner's circle here as we get set to get underway. It's race 1 of 9, set to go postward here very soon. Thank you, drivers, and best of luck this afternoon. Have fun out there. Hey, welcome back to the show, everyone. From up top, your announcer, Shannon Sugar Doyle, hanging out in the eye in the London sky and bringing on board for the commentary this afternoon our friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr. And before we get to anything, Robert, congratulations to you and Megan on the birth of a brand new baby boy, William Ferris.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sugar. I might not look my best today. I had about 2 hours sleep, maybe 4 hours sleep in about 4 days. Mm-hmm. But yeah, William Ferris Reed. Someone made the comment. It was actually Ken Hornick on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Western Fair Raceway, right? The initials, WFR. And it was something I actually mentioned before we went with that name. I said, wow, I said, this actually works out perfectly, right? Mm-hmm. William Ferris Reed. So yeah, he's Listen, it's just an amazing experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's been great to go through it, with Megan over the last few days. Great care at the hospital at Mount Sinai. He got to meet Robbie, late last night.
Right.
And now we're couldn't be happier. I'm sitting here all warm. I felt bad for the drivers out there standing in the cold.
It kind of got wintry overnight into this morning. You know what? Always love those driver intros. Acknowledging career best seasons for many of them, right? I mean, how about Tyler Borth? Not only his first $1 million season, he went over $2 million this year. Just incredible.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Also, just side note, thank you for everyone that reached out with their love and support over the last few days. I got a lot of messages on Twitter and Facebook, so thank you for that, everybody. It's really a nice lineup. When you look at it, you got, James McDonald, of course, he can do no wrong the last 2 years. And so many guys that do fantastic things here at the Raceway. I'm going to say, my pick of the parade is Scott Ray.
Okay.
Everyone was looking cold, and they were all kind of bundled up, and he was just loose and having a good time. Reminded me of that football player, right, on a real cold day in the short sleeves and just looking like he's raring to go. So, I don't know. I was thinking James might have a wrap on this, but he's my pick of the parade, Scott Ray.
That's vintage Ray, loose, and he's going to love every minute of this. He gets pumped for a big day like this, and hometown boy, right? Home field advantage possibly here. Back to William for a sec. Folks ask me my name all of the time. Well, my real name is Shannon. Folks call me Sugar, but on my birth certificate, first given name is William.
Oh, there you go.
That's right,
so,
William. Will, you know what? Anytime I'm doing anything, whether it's filling out licenses or anything, what's your name? It's Will. Just call me Will. Great. So Anyway, we've got
even more meaningful for me than Sugar.
There you go. Well, meaningful for me too, and great news throughout the week surrounding that as well. Pick 5 play. You know what? Anytime we got a driver's challenge here in London, you can throw a lot of stuff right out the window, right? Because it's a competition each and every race. There are no holes given, right?
No, and it's tough too because you've got there's no selected this horse over that horse. It's an open draw, right, for the horses. So it kind of makes it tricky in that regard. And you've got a lot of guys jumping on horses they've never driven before. Sure. Maybe sometimes that's going to be a good thing. Other times, it might be a good thing when you have someone that actually lucks into getting one they've been aboard on a regular basis. So, it's these sequences are really tough. I'll be honest. Like it was, it wasn't just because I was feeling tired when I was working on it. It was tricky, throughout. And I don't think there's ever been a driver's challenge. I mean, obviously, Nat Day dominated the women's one, but there's not one where you can look at it and just kind of see a clear path. You got to kind of pick your spots and spread in the right areas. I
know they're coming up from the paddock here shortly post-break. We might flick the tickets up real quick. A pick 5 play for me in race 1. This race is sponsored by Woodbine Mohawk Park. A look at my early pick 5 play. I went deepest of all, races 1 and 4, and I've left alone your spot play for race number 2. We'll bring up Robert Reed Jr.'s ticket right now, and you can fill me in just a little bit more on why you've gone to 3 Stonebridge Better as a spot play and a single in race number 2. Take it away, Robert.
I've always liked this horse, Sugar. Yeah. When there's a horse that you always like, you always play, you play him at a big price. Yeah. And now today I think he's going to be value again. He's racing off the bench. James McDonald for the second time in his career. The first time was way back. I think maybe his first start of his career. Yeah. He's a 9-year-old now. And Jim Koch's been aboard for so many of his recent efforts. I'm going to say like maybe, 50 of his last 51 or something like that. I don't know the exact number, but I'll look it up. And I just looked at him and said, this is where I want to kind of just take a shot on and just kind of put my faith in James and just hope he's ready.
All righty, you got another single there in the 4th. Me too. I believe I got the one, Sir Luck Now. If he's not a single for me, he's definitely a player in the 4th race. It appears they're on track for the post parade. We'll go down trackside now to pick them up on the parade here for race number 1 of 9, a group of $7,000 claimers. Again, the first race sponsored by Woodbine Mohawk Park. Thanking them so much for donating to the cause of Toys for Tots on this day. Number 1, Style Snapshot, is out there and on the upper turn with Travis Henry on board for Greg Price, Dominic DeSantis, and Tom Jacobs. Greg does the training. Blinkers going on. Number 1, Style Snapshot. Incidentally, I've picked Travis Henry to win 3 races throughout this challenge. He is my pick to grab the title from James McDonald this season. Over into horse number 2, it's going to be Have a Connection for Brett McDonald. Stuart McQueen on the ownership line with Robert Watson, as well as James Grant. Stu does the training. Brett McDonald on board, number 2, Have a Connection. Then the 3, Natasha Day, gets the call aboard JMR Mockmel for Seymour Hill. The trader is Kim Smith, so plenty of girl power on board here for number 3, JMR Mockmel. Then the 4, See the Delight. It's Colin Kelly driving for Don Rankin Jr. Joyce Empey, Lisa Stewart on the ownership line of 5. PDQ Hanover, Scott The Answer Young on board for trainer Ryan Stewart. Leanne Davidson owning, Daryl Laver training 6, Kempenfelt. James McDonald, the blind bridle goes on, Kempenfelt. 7 outside is Brave as My Mama, Todderborth. Knows this mare well for owner-trainer Gary Anderson. She'll make her 46th start of 2022. She is the iron horse of this field. The 8 was a scratch. It's going to be 7 noses, all on gate for this race 1 event. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, the popular Pick 5 play. Kickstarts our program, $5,000 guaranteed pool here. And we've gone along the same lines here in race number 1. I know you've got a 1, 4, 6, and 2. I got the 1, 6, 4, 2 for the superfecta combinations. We're both on 1. Style Snapshot to get the job done. Class dropping, blinkers going on. Leading driver, Travis Henry in the sulky. Expected to be on or near the lead here, Robert, wouldn't you say?
I would think so. I love the class relief on this one. We know that she's got lots of speed. She's been drawing, more to the outside or the trailing post lately. You don't want to waste that rail spot. I know Travis is going to be intent to get on the board early. I think she's got to be going right down the highway tonight, Sugar.
Style Snapshot, an 11-time winner on the season, and that's much better than the rest have shown getting to the winner's circle this season. I guess if there was a runner-up spot for wins in 2022, it would be the 2, Have a Connection. Been to the winner's circle 6 times this season. But you're looking at a 2-1 second choice in number 1, Style Snapshot, looking live here for our leading driver for wins 2022 at the Raceway. That is Travis Henry on board. Number 4, this is See the Delight. See the Delight, a top 2 selection for Robert Reed Jr., and this one's been a great check getter. Another one with well over 40 starts in the season goes out for Rankin. Rankin, normally on this mare each and every start. Colin Kelly hopping on board with a live catch drive.
Yeah, I love the addition of Colin Kelly on See the Delight, Sugar, one that, I've kind of been using underneath in many of those spots recently at the Raceway, and turned in some pretty decent performances. Even showed speed on one occasion to get away in the 2-hole, was no match for War Diamond. But I looked at See the Delight and said, I have to have this horse on my ticket. Did not expect to see 5-1 on the board, but I wasn't expecting JMR Mark Mel to be 6-5 right now.
Right.
So See the Delight for me, 6-1 morning line, but still value at 5-1.
All righty, just releasing some tension here, possibly. Number 4, See the Delight, prior to race number 1. As we get set to go postward, anything else catching your eye here on Post Parade? I know you got the 6, Kempenfelt pegged on your ticket. I like new driver, James McDonald, hops on board. I like the fact that some of the trainers have switched things up today, too. It's a blind bridle for 6, Kempenfelt.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm hoping that maybe this one's going to try to go forward off the gate. 10-1 on Kempenfelt.
That's a big price.
That's the value on the board right now.
Yeah.
Again, things are a little bit different than I expected with the support coming through JMR Mockmel. Kempenfelt, we know how much I love the barn of Daryl Laver, and this is a horse that I think will really enjoy getting back here to the raceway. Rosella actually raced fantastic at Mohawk Park at long odds.
Yeah.
I didn't see it live. I saw the replay, and the Laver barn's been had some really nice performances of late. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kempenfelt again. James McDonald 10-1. That's just bizarre to me right now.
Crazy. Bizarre is right. Starting gate is moving here. And, before we get to race number one, Stu McQueen had messaged me earlier, his wife, Megan, celebrating a birthday today. From all your friends and family here at the Raceway today, Megan, happy birthday. Enjoy this third annual edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. 7 noses all on gate for a Sunday matinee opener. Now a 16th out. Here they come. They're off, and it is on. See the Delight pointed in the early going along the inside. Style Snapshot has come on through. She's gotten the marching orders early in here. Style Snapshot. Reminders to keep on going, giving the cold horse shoulder in the early going to See the Delight, who's got a duck and tuck here now. On for the 2-hole ride. It's going to be Havoc Connection backed off into third. See the Delight. A midfield fourth for 2-1 shot. JMR Mockmel next in line. To be fifth was PDQ Hanover. Kempenfelt with 1 beaten in the early going. As Brave as My Mama would have to circle from last. 28-3. Through the opening quarter, through the snow, and it's Style Snapshot released as a 4-5 favorite. Now it's going to be JMR Mockmel mounting a first-up challenge for day. Third and in, Havoc Connection for Brett McDonald, switching outside to be fourth. That is PDQ Hanover, Scott Young, a buried fifth now for See the Delight. Colin Kelly setting it up third over. Kempenfelt, James McDonald, and trailing As Brave as My Mama. Tyler Borthy half clocked up in 60 seconds. Flat. Style Snapshot still going forward, getting closer now at a second. JMR Mockmel, nothing happening from that 2-hole ride for Havoc Connection, who's dropped back in third. 3 deep on the outside from way back. Kempenfelt, but 8 lengths off the lead. It appears to be coming back down to the front 2 as they reach 3/4 in 1:29.1. Style Snapshot or JMR Mockmel. Who do you like from here? Just over an eighth of a mile left to go. Kempenfelt came on to grab third and up between pacers there. Traveling into fourth appears to be PDQ Hanover. These two are gonzo. Style Snapshot. JMR Mockmel went by. JMR Mockmel. Natasha Day opens up the Drivers Holiday Challenge here at 2-1. Style Snapshot second. Kempenfelt third. And from last, As Brave as My Mama. 1:59.2. That's a solid beginning for a Sunday matinee in harness racing anywhere. Just shy of 50,000 wagered on the opener. Pick 5 pool, 15,203. Second choice in number 3, JMR Mockmel starts it up at 2-1. Number 3, JMR Mockmel, the unofficial winner over 1, Style Snapshot. Then came the 6, Kempenfelt, and 7, As Brave as My Mama. You've got favorites over value here in the Superfecta. 3-1, 6-7, unofficial. She took the early action today, JMR Mockmel. She is an 8-year-old daughter of Mach 3 out of St. Lad's, Helleroo. By Presidential Ball, owned by Seymour Hill of Hagersville, Ontario. Kim Smith conditioned. Natasha Day on board for the victory. Girl power on display here in the opener. A 1:59.2 win for JMR Mockmel. 11th career win. That's 4 on the season. Congratulations. She returned a 670. Exactor $12.30, Dollar Try $33.50, the Super for a buck $324.30, a 20 center $64.86. Give you that rundown here shortly. Stand by. Here is that official rundown for the opener. Style Snapshot was second. Have a Connection 7. JMR Mockmel won it. See the Delight 5th. PDQ Hanover 6. Kempenfelt was third. As Brave as My Mama 4th. And the 8 had scratch. Scott Ray will get some points for scratching. Top down a 2, 7, 1, 5, 6, 3, 4, and 8. Fractions of 28 and 3, a minute 129 and 1, that mile 159 and 2. JMR Mockmel. Nat Day starts it up. Race 2 up and coming. Sponsored by Clinton Raceway. And of course, all sponsorship donations going towards Toys for Tots today. Thanks so much for the named race sponsors. Race 2 for Clinton Raceway. A single claim entered on number 2. Larry is Deb's Rock. Open Bridle for 6, Blind Bridle for 7, 8 minutes to post time on this Exactor Try Super. The start of a $5,000 guaranteed pool. Pick 4. Good luck. 5 minutes to post time. The upcoming second race still on the pace forward. Exactor Tri Super. Again, it's the start of an early pick 4. And I'd like to offer a welcome and thank you to the president of Toys for Tots, Robert Krasanik, has joined us on track. He was down in front during the Winner's Circle festivities for the driver intros prior to race number 1. Again, thanks so much, Robert Krasanik, president of Toys for Tots, with us on hand at the races today. After race 1, there's a look at the point tallies. Nat Day gets 15 points for the win. Travis Henry for the Deuce got 10 points. James McDonald third with 7. Scott Ray for the Scratch got 5. And Tyler Borth for finishing 4th. Also 5. So our hometown guys here, Tyler Borth, Scott Ray, tied for 4th. James McDonald in 3rd. Travis Henry currently in the runner-up spot. Natasha Day, girl power, getting things underway here. 4 minutes to post time, race 2.
JMR Mockmel getting it done in the opening race. The money went in that direction, and Nat Day just keeps on winning in these driver challenges. She brings her A game, Sugar, when it's all on the line in these challenges.
Most certainly does. Definitely flew under the radar for me in the opener. Didn't have her pegged as a player. The horse or Day didn't have this one involved in the opening leg of the pick 5. So, you know what? Though she is a second choice at 2-1 on the board, I don't think she's 2-1 in those multi-leg wagers at all.
No, I don't think that. And I don't think that my spot place, the 3 Stonebridge Better, is even close to even money in the multi-legs, at least the pick 5.
Right.
The pick 4 will probably take more support now. But, yeah, it's, Nat Day. I looked at it. As soon as she, made her move, I said, oh, man, I'm going to go bust here, and I didn't use Nat here in this spot, which was probably pretty foolish on my part. She certainly loves it here at the Raceway and loves it in these types of challenges.
She is a Raceway regular. She is always up for the challenge. She does not take a backseat to anyone out there, and wouldn't that be something to cap off a huge season for her, to pick up off of the OLG, Ontario Women's Drivers Championship, and then to be in with a great shot already to take down the 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. So best of luck, Natasha Day. Wonderful job on getting JMR Mockmel home and cooled there in the opener. Early pick 4 right here, and we got to use the 2. Larry is Deb Brock. I like the chances for 4. Corona on the Beach, a 3-year-old son of Royal Majesty. You will see 3-year-olds get priced for this $7,000 tags. Of course, with the allowance, it kind of ups their value for a few more weeks as we complete the calendar. And Corona on the Beach right now, just kind of jamming this one in. Just has to mind the manners. I'm going to give him a shot. Right now, at 9-2 is the 4, Corona on the Beach. I'm 2 deep in race 3, deepest of all in the 4th race. We'll try the 1, Sir Luck Now, the 2, Tuca Ras, the 5, He's Touring. Got that one with a big circle around him today. In the 5th race, I'll try the 1, On Impulse, the 6, Pennies Noir. You know what? I've kind of got skiddy on all 4 legs, but from what I've seen in race number 1, this is going to be a tough card.
It is. I have no doubt about it. And I thought that, when I was working on it, Sugar, I said, this is going to be a tricky card to navigate, especially the multi-leg sequences, because really, like we said, anything can happen in these races today, right? Yeah. And we're going to see that. And I'm singling up on a horse I thought would be more value. The price is floating up. The 3 Stonebridge Better right here in race number 2. And the thing is about this horse, Sugar, I mentioned earlier, has had one regular driver since 2018 aboard, and that was Nat Day, and was an absolute crush job in that race.
Wow.
On that occasion. So I'm just hoping that, James McDonald can wake this one up. Obviously, we got to be concerned about some time away, racing off the bench. I'm not worried about the qualifier, though. That's not a concern to me at all.
Okay.
I just think that this is a place that you'd want to land on. But again, the value might shrivel up on us here. I was hoping for a real big number in that pick 5 wager, 2-1 on the board right now. I want a better price than that. There's no question about it. In race number 3, thought it was kind of a wide open trotting event, made more interesting by the Drivers' Challenge. I did give the edge to Dusty Lane Thunder. Think that it's a big drop for her. She does need to race better and kind of close it out if she wants to get it done. Race 4, I couldn't go past the 1 Sir Luck now. James McDonald aboard,
right?
Getting into a condition claimer, rail to work from, first start Brett Lester, just so many boxes being ticked there. And it's oddly enough, we're very different in the money leg, right? You're going 1-6, I'm going 2-4-5, so I might have to throw your horses on there too, because it just shows that not only might it pan out differently for people today, a lot of handicappers are seeing these races very differently as well.
Right. After what I saw you got in leg number 4, race 5, and what I've got in race number 5, that all button is starting to look real good for me on the end of this early pick 4. You know what? It's not going to be an easy card to cap throughout. These multi-leg sequences are a bit tough, and I should remind folks now, if they like to play that late pick 5, late pick 4, because we've only got 9 races, that late pick 5 is going to begin in race number 5. The late pick 4 will begin in race number 6. So keep that in mind when wagering this afternoon as we await the post parade for race number 2 of 9. This one sponsored by the good folks at Clinton Raceway. Here we go. Starters on parade, led by the one Let Me See for owner Kim BX, the driver Colin Kelly. A single claim is entered in number 2. Larry is Deb's Rock. Preston Shaw owning. Emily Leak Conditions. Scott Young on board. Ian Hyatt along with Bill Dodge share ownership on 3. Stonebridge Better with Ian training. James MacDonald on board for the catch drive. Catherine and Darcy McClure share ownership on 4. Corona on the Beach. Darcy McClure training Tyler Borth. Then the 5, Miramichi David, Daryl Vleeming, the owner trainer. Our first look at Scott Ray in the Drivers' Challenge this afternoon. And number 6, Cajun Lightning. Travis Henry on board for Blue Shoe Investments, the trainer Steve Roberts. Outside chance for 7, Nassau Hanover, Brett McDonald for the Shermans. Bert, Betty, and Jason. Jason trains. And from the treading spot, number 8, Family Sports. Mark Lasso owning. It's Dwayne McFadden training. Natasha Day will try to come right back here right now. Longest shot on the board. And we'll offer up a big thank you to Emma Christoforou, our parade marshal, for this afternoon's race card. She's got the painted pony on track this evening and, this afternoon, leading post parades. Emma Christoforou, one of the event organizers, has been accepting donations down around the Flamborough, Woodbine, Mohawk Park. So for Emma, thanks for being with us this afternoon. And you know what? There is still time to pick up a new unwrapped gift and make a donation for the Toys for Tots campaign. We'd like to thank everyone who has donated all along to the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots, of course, this 3rd annual edition. And event organizer Kelly McNiven, a heck of a job looking after things. Donations were dropped off at Woodbine Mohawk Park, Paddock and Race Office, as well Wilson's Tack Warehouse in London. The location here on track at the Raceway. Cash donations were being accepted and given to Kim McNiven, Emma Christoforou, Joanne Colville, as well as Kelly McNiven. E-transfers can still be sent forward to Kelly at mcnivenk2@gmail.com. And thank you, Kelly McNiven, for all you do and for relaying all this valuable info on to us throughout the month of December and well before that as well. A fabulous job again. Kelly, you can take a bow. As we get set to go postward, it's the early pick 4 for race number 2 coming up, and favorite status now hung on number 6, Cajun Lightning. I did not see that coming. Travis Henry on board at 2-1 currently. It's 5-2 for both two. Larry is Deb's Rock, the 3, Stonebridge Better, and then the 4, Corona on the Beach. Rob, you still with us? Let's talk about this 6 taking the action. Cajun Lightning, what do you think?
I mean, I didn't see it in the first race. Jammer Mocknell taking the action. I didn't see this one taking the action either. We might see some interesting things today, right? It's a Sunday card of racing, in a driver's challenge to boot. And at the end of the day, I'd make Cajun Lightning more like, maybe 12, 15 to 1, maybe higher, in my opinion. But I can't get there at that 2 to 1 price. No question about it. I was hoping for a better number on the 3, Stonebridge Better. Right. Kind of floated up now, back down to 5-2. Like I said, only has had one regular driver. Someone that drives on a regular basis aboard since 2018. It was Nat Day at Dresden. Went all the way in the lead that day to an easy victory as a huge favorite. And I think something similar could happen here today with the nation's leading driver and a shoe-in to win the O'Brien again, James McDonald. And like I said, I looked at this horse, and when I went through the card, this was one that jumped out at me as a must-play. Question marks around fitness, obviously, coming off a qualifier and a lackluster looking qualifier to boot. But I like the way he looks on the track. Looks alert, looks sharp, and we'll see how it pans out.
I'm with you. The look of this horse, he doesn't look like a horse that's just kind of sauntering around out there after missing some time. And like you said, kind of a weak qualifier to come back to it. But you know what? An older son, a better's delight, look for some backlash. He did get around Flamborough last season in 57 and 4. He's a one-time winner both last season and into 2022. Does his best work when on or near the lead. You know what? If James McDonald can get him on the lead here, this horse could get very brave at 5-2.
I think so. I mean, I think it's going to be the plan, right? I mean, I think every race today, right? People, they want to get forwardly placed. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot in the line for these guys, that they're all competitive. And there's not a tremendous amount of speed at the inside of Stonebridge Better, right? And good things happen when you leave. I'm hoping that's the plan. Go forward off the gate and see how it goes from there. I just didn't see anyone in here that, if Stonebridge Better can bring his best, what I've seen him do in the past, right, I think he's best this group. We are looking at the 2. Larry is Deb's Rock. I did see this horse win over Flamborough, and of course Flamborough was quicker than London. You're not going to see a 58-mile on this one. This horse, to me, appeared to be a little bit sluggish. I know Preston Shaw was on board. He needed every inch of racetrack to get there to win last time. He did, and I mean, I thought just based on the lines before that at Mohawk Park, we'd see him take more support here. 5-2, I think, is a fair price. But you're right. I didn't look at that replay and say, "Wow, this one jumps off the page at me." Right? Said, okay, needs a good trip, probably again. Right? I don't think he gets there with any kind of adversity. But again, we'll see what Scotty can work out for him. Already getting set to go postward. Miramichi David here at 19-1 from post 5, right on the bit for the Razor. In behind, Let Me See, Larry Deb's Rock, Stonebridge Better, then Corona on the Beach, Miramichi David, Cajun Lightning, Nassau Hanover, back to your spot for Family Sports. Race 2, sponsored by the good folks up and around Clinton Raceway, top of the stretch. Pacers, pick up speed. Here they come. They're off. Stonebridge Better to follow the gate on out of there, though Larry is Deb's Rock is going to protect that inside lane, and Young is going to bring him on through to cut it out. It's going to be Larry is Deb's Rock, pocketing up now in second. Larry is Deb's Rock, and away nicely in third. Miramichi David, snug lines there for Scott Ray. Fourth and in for Corona on the Beach, who's minding the manners here in the early going. Then it's Cajun Lightning. Third to last was Let Me See. That comes ahead of Family Sports, the earliest trailer being Nassau Hanover. 29-4, soft opening quarter-mile speed for the pace setter. Larry is Deb's Rock got absolutely pounded at post time. 1-5 choice
on the boogie here. The lead is 2 full lengths to Stonebridge Better in second. Underway and coming on now to be third. This is going to be Corona on the Beach with the first up challenge, and it's a lap to go for the heavy favorite Larry is Deb's Rock. Now matching strides, Corona on the Beach, Stonebridge Better traveling third, a toe up in fourth for Cajun Lightning, and getting shuffled here in fifth, Miramichi David, third out and into the flow, on the go, Nassau Hanover, back markers, Let Me See, Family Sports down the backside, they travel second and final time after that half, 101 and 2, Larry is Deb's Rock on the inside. Giving him all he can handle here is Corona on the Beach, the 3-year-old son of Royal Majesty, trying to go on by 130 and 3. There were 29 and 1 through the third. Larry is Deb's Rock is still selling it, though still trying to buy it. Corona on the Beach, traveling in third. Stonebridge Better, room now from fourth for Miramichi David. Into the stretch they travel. Larry is Deb's Rock. He's wanted every call. He's gotten every call. Can he get the job done? Still coming. Corona on the Beach just won't quit. Down to the line. Very close. Larry is Deb's Rock. Appeared to hold on against a very stubborn Corona on the Beach. He got close for third between Stonebridge Better and Miramichi David. 2:01. Great final half battle between the front two. Larry is Deb's Rock or Corona on the Beach. What a battle. It developed at the half mile, and they ding-donged it throughout the final half. Number 2, Larry is Deb's Rock, or 4, Corona on the Beach. They hit the line together, and the answer looks over at Borth, and he says, I think I got this one. He does. It's 2. Larry is Deb's Rock on top, over 4, Corona on the Beach. Then 3, Stonebridge Better, and 4, Miramichi David. 2, 4, 3, and 5. It's unofficial. Returning for a winner's circle photo, Larry is Deb's Rock, as mentioned, got absolutely pounded on the win tickets. Red at post time. He took a very sharp drop to 1-5. He pays $260 to win. Larry is Deb's Rock is back. 6-year-old son of Sunfire, Blue Chip, out of Teenager Girls by Dexter Nukes for the owner Preston Shaw of Guelph. Conditioned by Emily Leake. Driven to win today by Scott The Answer Young. It's a mile of 2:01. 17th career win, 7 on the season for Larry is Deb's Rock, as he gets the job done in the Clinton Raceway, a feature race. There was claiming action from race 2. Number 2, Larry is Deb Rock. Claim for $7,000 goes to conditioner Bill Leon. As mentioned, $260 to win for Larry is Deb's Rock. Exactor, $870. Dollar try, $11.75. The Super for a buck came back at $49.75. The Daily Double onto race 2. It's a $9.60. As mentioned, the claim, Larry is Deb's Rock, for $7,000 goes to conditioner Bill Leon. Let Me See was 5th. Larry is Deb's Rock won it. Stonebridge Better 3rd. Corona on the Beach 2nd. Miramichi David 4th. Cajun Lightning 6. Nassau Hanover 7. Family Sports finished 8 fractions of 29 and 4. 101 and 2, 130 and 3. The mile was 2:01. That second quarter breather did it for the leader. Larry is Deb's Rock, just enough to hold on against Corona on the Beach. Top down, 5-1-3, 2-4, 6-7-8. Race 3 is next, sponsored by Central Ontario Standardbred Association. It's COSA. COSA with the sponsorship of a pair of dashes this afternoon. They're also on board for race number 7, so thanks so much to the good folks at COSA for their sponsorship of races 3 and 7. Their donation going towards Toys for Tots, of course. We've got a group of trotters up and coming for race 3, the Exacta Tri Super. Pick 3 will continue on with the commentary with Robert Reed Jr., but we've got a guest caller showing up here to do races 3 and 4. Again, the commentary continues between Robert Reed Jr., yours truly, and we'll have the sounds of a familiar voice on board for races 3 and 4 here on this third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots Day at the Raceway. 6 minutes to post time.
Here come the Trotters on for the third race, getting led behind Emma Christoforou. This is the Cossa Trot. Here they are. There's the one, Dusty Lane Thunder, getting Scott Ray at the lines for John Bell. Dane Pearson conditions. Travis Henry up on 2. Stonebridge Zeus for owner-trainer Brian Lawrence. Partners with Smirk Inc. Elizabeth Fair owning 3 wide. Kiki Hanover, Alan Fair training. Brett McDonald at the controls. Number 4, Pray and Hustle. Owned by Donnie Rankin Jr., Melissa Gambling. Donnie does the training. Natasha Day is aboard. 5, As You Cars. Owned and trained by Marielle Enberg. Colin Kelly in the driver's seat. There's the 6, Eyes of Justice. Scott Young, he's trying to come right back here. He's on for owner-trainer Stuart McQueen, partners at Lou Sorella and Donald McClellan. Number 7, All Out Henry. James McDonald gets the call for owner-trainer Pam Forgy. And rounding out the field, the 8, Chili and Toast for Bud and Lindsay Sinclair. Thomas Strachan, Bud does the training. Tyler Borth will steer. There you go. Full field of trotters going postward for an exacta try. Superfecta starting up a pick 3, the Cossa Trot. I'm going to hand it back over to Sugar Doyle. He's going to talk things up with Robert Reed Jr., and I'll be back for the race call.
Alrighty, Nathan Bain on the post parade. He'll have the call for race number 3 coming up. Top selection for Robert. We're looking at the one, Dusty Lane Thunder. You like the rail advantage. You're liking the Razor today, and you're liking the class drop as well.
Yeah, the class drop is one that you've got to take notice of. And we've seen her down this low before. She didn't get the job done, but she's been close, right? She's raced pretty good at this level, and just thought that, rail control should be pushing out of there. You got to like her chances in here. Stonebridge Zeus taking the support right now at 7-5 Sugar, but as long as Dusty Lane Thunder stays above, say 5-2, 3-1, I think that's a solid price on her.
And an honest trotter as well. She gets away cleanly, likes to race up close, and Ray's going to have this one likely sitting top 2 or 3 in the early going. Stonebridge Zeus, as you mentioned, right now a favorite, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of gate speed from that one.
No, and last time I thought the effort was okay at Flamborough, and obviously there's class relief for this one as well, but you're right. I mean, what's the trip going to look like in here? And I think on days like today, we want to be near the front, right? We need to be, positioned somewhere.
So far, yeah.
Yeah, and usually on the snowy conditions, that's what you want. And Dusty Lane Thunder, I guess, two back, you look at it and say, wow, that's a pretty underwhelming effort. But you think she was 8-5 and Nolton was a 4,500 last 3. I'm a big fan of taking back value as well, right? So if you're going to bet a horse down at that price at that level, you get 7-2 in here now. I think it's an almost automatic play.
Right on. Dusty Lane Thunder sitting at 4-1. Stonebridge Zeus at 8-5 as we go inside of 2 minutes. Maybe another one to consider. The 8 Chili and Toast. Hometown boy Tyler Borth, former future star O'Brien Award winner from a few years back. Career best season, over $2 million in earnings. And he's on board number 8, Chili and Toast. He does know this trotter well. Son of Angus Hall will be following out the speed and could be set up for a great journey in here.
I thought so. And 19-1 seems like a big number. Now, I can't imagine you get that price in the exotics. I'm not sure Chili and Toast is one I'd be betting to win, but I think you've got to use them all over the place in the exotics. And like you said, could get a ringside seat, right, for a real nice spot off the gate. If Dusty Lane Thunder goes forward, Chili and Toast should have a nice spot somewhere in this race. And the thing is that, one that will kind of hold position, right? We've seen that many times from Chili and Toast, and like you said, Tyler knows him very well. Looks like he's on the bit tonight too. Almost thinking he'd be better off with his nose on the gate, but still, a decent starting spot following out Dusty Lane Thunder.
Trainer Bud St. Clair races quite a bit here through the winter months, and he knows the conditions, and he's probably got this one situated to go a big one today. Number 8, Chili and Toast from that trailing spot. Number 6, Eyes of Justice. We've just seen Scott Young get the job done with Larry as Deb's Rock, and boy, did he ever need that second quarter breather in race number 2.
Oh, he certainly did. And, I mean, how about Scott Young putting James in the 2-hole, right? I mean, he just kept driving on. James wanted the lead on a horse that likely needed that start. I mean, we thought that might be the possibility, but you're right. They needed every bit of that second quarter breather. And now, Scott looks like he's come to play today. As it just has lots of speed off the gate. So One-Eyed Wonder, horse that, this shouldn't be an impossible spot for him. It's a question of can he overcome, I think, post 6, which he has the early speed to do so. So I thought he's a contender in here. Don't know if he should be 9-1. I thought more in the neighborhood about 5 or 6-1.
Right on. Here we go. Starting 8 moves into position. Nathan Bain with the call of race number 3.
All right, thank you, Sugar. We're lining up in behind for the Cosa Trot, Dusty Lane Thunder, Scott Ray, Stonebridge Zeus, Travis Henry, Kiki Hanover, Brett McDonald, Pray and Hustle, Natasha Day, Azukar, Colin Kelly, Eyes of Justice, Scott Young, All Out Henry, James McDonald, back tearing it, Chili and Toast, Tyler Borth, and we're throwing it a happy 14th birthday to Josh McGill. He's tuned in and taking in today's racing action. Third race starts right now. They're off, and Eyes of Justice being pulled into the front by Young. A good beginning for Kiki Hanover, and speed from the car on the outside from All Out Henry, but Eyes of Justice and Young's going to put another one on the frontier, looking to drop into second is All Out Henry. Getting situated into the third spot is Dusty Lane Thunder. That comes ahead of Kiki Hanover, Chili and Toast. Stonebridge Zeus finds himself into 6th. Your back markers are Pray and Hustle and Azukar, Eyes of Justice, and the answer has got him by the opening panel in 29 seconds flat, continuing to stalk along with the Tolong Journey in second. Is All Out Henry traveling from third. Is Dusty Lane Thunder and Scott Ray position in fourth for Kiki Hanover. In a mid-pack 5th is Chili and Toast. No movement yet as Eyes of Justice continues to go unchallenged to this point. Right there in second, All Out Henry, and a peek to the outside for Dusty Lane Thunder. 4th to the pylon position, Kiki Hanover. Angle to the outside in 5th is Chili and Toast. Following on the move, Stonebridge Zeus halfway home in a minute flat, 31 seconds in that second quarter. And Eyes of Justice looking very comfortable on this front end mission. All over the Young helmet in second is All Out Henry. First up on the outside, Dusty Lane Thunder not advancing yet. Locked and blocked in 4th is Kiki Hanover, and winding up from the backfield, here comes Chili and Toast for Borth. Also getting motivated off the back end, Stonebridge Zeus. Pray and Hustle and Azukar trails, and Eyes of Justice trying to stretch that lead out to 2 lengths. 1:30 and 1 to the 3/4, 30 and 1 in the third panel, and it's still Eyes of Justice beginning to get away from them, but Eyes of Justice has company. Company's name is Stonebridge Zeus and Travis Henry trying to match strides as they come for home. Eyes of Justice has gotten every single call. One last push on the outside, Stonebridge Zeus, but he's running out of track and running out of time. One last push as they come to the wire. Eyes of Justice holds off. Stonebridge Zeus up for third was All Out Henry. Eyes of Justice 2 minutes and 3, and Young's in for another winner's circle presentation. Unofficial 6, 2, 7, 4, and a great start to the day for Scott Young, a.k.a. The Answer. Indeed, taking the third race, Eyes of Justice at 12-1, getting home first. returning down in front. The unofficial winner of the third race, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association Trot. Number 6, Eyes of Justice, a 4-year-old. Brown Gelding by Justice Hall. Out of the mare, Nobody Knows But Me. From Superstar Ranger, owned by Lou Sorella, Stuart McQueen, Donald McClellan. Stuart does the training. Scott Young, his second win on the card. And Stuart's wife, Megan, celebrating a birthday today. So happy birthday, Megan. And Eyes of Justice, making that birthday just a little bit better. Eyes of Justice scores in a second this season, stopping the clock in 2 minutes and 3/5. Congratulations to the connections of Eyes of Justice, wire-to-wire fashion. Here we go. Eyes of Justice, 26.50, 7.10, 4.90. Stonebridge Zeus, 2.30, 2.70. Olive Henry, 3.40 to show. The $2 exacta, $63 on the dot. There it is. 20-cent try, 37.48 cents. And the $1 try coming back, $187.40. And your $1 super comes back to $806.25. And the 20-center super, $161.25. Up next, the fourth race, the Grand River Raceway Pace, goes postward in just 8 minutes. Third race rundown. Dusty Lane Thunder 8th. Stonebridge Zeus was 2nd. Waikiki Hanover 6th. Pray and Hustle 4th. As Car was 5th. Eyes of Justice, the race winner. Olive Henry 3rd. Chili and Toe 7th. Top down 8-2-6. 4-5-1-3-7. Upcoming fourth race, sponsored by Grand River Raceway in 5 minutes' time. guest handicappers all on board the one here, Sir Luck Now. And we're going to get a look at our point standings shortly, but Sir Luck Now continuing to take that early action at 8-5. Second choice being to Tuukka Rask. Those two seem to be the main players right now. There we go, getting a look at our points here. Scott Young, the answer, in first place with 33 points. Second best, Travis Henry with 23 points. James McDonald, 21 points. And tied in third is Natasha Day. Fifth, Tyler Borth with 15 points. And in sixth place, Scott Ray with 10 points. Seventh, Colin Kelly with 8 points. Brett McDonald trailing in eighth with 4 points. So Scott Young demanding lead here. And indeed, with those two victories from the second and third, he's in a good position. And in this upcoming race, he's got Poplar Luke from the trailing position. So Scott Young looking to keep things going in the right direction with a 10-point advantage to the rest of his competitors. So good luck to all. Fourth race, Pacer, stepping it out for a post braid, sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Number 1, Sir Lucknow, getting James McDonald at the lines for Michelle Letarte, Jean Allaire, Brett Lester conditions. Number 2, Tuke Rasp. It'll be Tyler Borth getting the call for owner trainer Lindsay Kerr. Lindsay celebrating her birthday with us today. Number 3, EL Wild Sport, owned by James Edward Lewis, Jack Ray Training, Scott Ray in the bike. Number 4, A Fair Somewhere. It'll be Travis Henry in the sulky for Elizabeth and Alan Fair, Alan Training. 5, He's Touring, getting Brett McDonald on board for RAW Equine Inc., along with Mark Horner, Mike Horner conditions. Spare Time Serg, the 6, it's Natasha Day getting assigned the driving duties for Tom Bain, Vince Lombardi, and Chris Manina. Tom does the training. 7, outside for TJ Spitfire, it's Colin Kelly to do the driving for Chris Kane, Sheila Lebeds. Chris does the training. And rounding out the field, number 8, Poplar Luke. Scott Young, he's trying to go 3 in a row here. This time he's on for owner-trainer Bradley Van Stone. There you go. Full field of 8 for the 4th for an Exacta Try Super High 5, along with Daily Double Wagering, sponsored by Grand River Raceway. And we're going to throw it back to Sugar Doyle to talk up the 4th race, along with Robert Reed Jr.
Alrighty, so as Nathan mentioned, we got the early high five opportunity here in race number 4, and we talked about this horse earlier on in the program, Robert. Number 1, Sir Lucknow. If there's a horse that kind of jumped off the page on any race today, this has got to be the horse.
It was, yeah, absolutely. You know, for me, I looked for more value as my play of the day. I thought he would be sub-even money. It's still time to get there. 6-5 right now on Sir Lucknow, but you've got to like everything that's going on for this horse. Ticks a lot of boxes. First start for Brett Lester. Gets into the condition claiming ranks now, and of course, J-Mac aboard from the rail spot. So it doesn't get much better than all of that, but I thought the price would be short, and we'll see the score down here. Looks good so far, Sugar.
Just taking it easy, right? He's a big kind of horse and does have that gate speed over Rito, where he's been on the lead, quarters in 27 and 28 over the good going. And you know what? Gets a great shot. I'm surprised that he's still hovering around that 4-5 even money. I'm thinking this horse is probably going to be like a 2-5, 3-5 horse when they go in behind the gate. I'm just going to let you in on a little something. I have just seen a screenshot, a ticket of a friend of mine. He is live on the Pick 5, and he only spent 40 cents on his ticket.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow,
exactly. And he has keyed the 1 here in race number 4. And I'm not going to tell you what he's got in race number 5, but yeah, for 40 cents, he is live to a decent payout if he can get there.
That's a precision play so far, right? I mean, when you can spend that little and be alive through this sequence so far,
yeah.
If you get, now you need a favorite to get to the last leg for, I'm assuming, a couple of horses, right? So hopefully they can get it, because I know we both need the 1 Sir Lucknow here as well.
The Pick 5 is likely going to pay all right, because you got a 12-1 player in there in that middle leg. I can tell you the ticket belongs to a co-owner of the winner from race number 3. That's all That's all I've got for you on that 40-cent Pick 5 ticket that is still live and in play as we go a little less than 2 minutes. How about the 5? He's touring with Brett McDonald hopping on board for the Horner.
Yeah, you do have to love the addition of Brett Mack on this one. Certainly having a fantastic season in his own right. And he's touring. He's been a horse that's been left with a lot of work to do, right? From last time post 4, but before that some difficult posts. And I just think that there's a real reason for him to take a big step forward today. So if you were looking for one to upset the favorite, it would be He's Touring. But shorter price than I was hoping for at 5-2. I thought he might be some value here.
Same. I was thinking, he should be 5-6-1 in here. I wasn't seeing 5-2 because for me, I'm not seeing gate speed, and that's what we want to see on these horses today. Less than a minute. Number 2, Tuukka Rask, second start back off a brief layoff. We do know this one does have speed. Last time in London, mid-November, from the rail, cut it out. I'm expecting a really good trip for number 2, Tuukka Rask, on Lindsay Kerr's birthday.
Yeah, it should pan out that way, and wouldn't it be a nice birthday present, right? Lindsay Kerr both owns and trains the 2 Tuukka Rask here. And just thinking, like you, Sugar, it should land a good spot, maybe the 2-hole right early on.
Yeah.
With the right kind of trip, should be right there at the wire. Last time faced tougher at Mohawk Park, but the real big thing here is getting back into that regular rotation.
Right on. Sir Lucknow, 4-5. What do you think? Does he go lower?
I think so. I think you're right. 2-5. I think the money's going to pour in late. Just think that, again, he ticks all the boxes. J-Mac aboard. He's going to get on the board sooner or later, right? Might as well be right here.
Right on. Here we go. Nathan Bain calling race number 4.
Thank you, Sugar. Here we go. 4th race, the Grand River Raceway Pace. Here we got Sir Lucknow, James McDonald, Tuukka Rask, Tyler Borth, EL Wild Sports, Scott Ray, Affair Somewhere, Travis Henry, he's touring, Brett McDonald, Spare Time, Surg, Natasha Day, furthest out, TJ Spitfire, Colin Kelly. In the second tier, Poplar Luke, Scott Young. Race 4 starts right now. They're off. It's on. Tuukka Rask. He's going to get the first call off the car. A good beginning for EL Wild Sport and speed from the outside. TJ Spitfire and Tuukka Rask has found the front end for Borth. Looking to pocket up in a second is EL Wild Sport. Away in third is Sir Lucknow. That one comes ahead of TJ Spitfire, who looks to drop into fourth. A mid-packed fifth for Affair Somewhere. That comes out of He's Touring. Poplar Luke, Spare Time, Surg. And a backstretch move. Here comes Sir Lucknow, 1-5 to grab the racetrack for McDonald, and he's going to clear to the opening panel in 29 seconds flat. On hold in second, Tuukka Rask tracking from third. EO Wild Sport continuing to travel from fourth is TJ Spitfire and Colin Kelly. That one comes ahead of Affair Somewhere. He's Touring continues to protect pylon position in sixth, but now gets a peek to the outside for McDonald. Following on the cover, Spare Time, Surg. Your trailer in eighth to the inside is Poplar Luke, and Sir Lucknow in full command here past the halfway point. 59-1, 30-1 in the second quarter. Tuukka Rask with the toe-long journey in second. First up on the outside, here comes Affair Somewhere for Travis Henry. A second of her toe up into fourth as he's touring and saving ground in fifth. EL Wild Sports. Spare Time, Surg now getting in the mix for Natasha Day. Seventh best to the inside. TJ Spitfire and Poplar Luke begins to gap, and Sir Lucknow is under serious attack by Affair Somewhere. Winding up 3 wide on the outside as He's Touring has a huge shot for Brett McDonald. 3/4 bound in 1:28.3. The pace begins to quicken, and Sir Lucknow trying to hold off a late rally on the outside from He's Touring, meeting to fade between horses. Affair Somewhere 3 wide. Spare Time, Surg, and off the back end TJ Spitfire. They swing for home. Sir Lucknow on the outside. He's Touring keeps on coming. The late surge on the outside, and He's Touring is going to get up to win it in the fourth. Sir Lucknow holding on for second. Maybe EL Wild Sport for third. 158-3. McDonald for Horner. He's Touring 158-3 for a new lifetime speed badge. Unofficial 5-1-3-2-6 for the high five. He's Touring. The second choice, getting there at 4-1. Returning back down in front for the Grand River Raceway Pace. That's the 5. He's touring a 4-year-old brown horseback. He's watching from the mare. Grand Tour out of 4-Star Shark, owned by RAW Equine Inc., along with Mark Horner, Mike Horner training. Brett McDonald on for the winning drive. He's touring for his 4th on the season, a new lifetime best of 158-3. Congratulations. He's touring 1040, 380, 270. Third luck now, 210. 210, EL Wild Sport, 340 to show. $2 exacta, 25.20. 20-cent try, $8.06. The $1 try coming back at $40.30. The $1 high five, $367.35. And a 20-cent high five, $73.47. He's touring, gets up in time. And up next, the 5th race in just 4 minutes. And I'll turn it back over to your track announcer, Shannon Sugar Doyle.
So we get the Will Pays coming up and on display. You know what? Those are some pretty good pick 3 Will Pays. Of course, you got the 12-to-1 shot Eyes of Justice beginning it. We've got you live onto a pick 4 play. Just going back and having a peek at my early pick 4 ticket. And, yeah, we have gotten on through. We're live to the 1 and 6 to complete the pick 4. Should the 1 win, 1,317 coming back on a dollar play. Should the 6 happen to get there, 770 and change. But I would much rather have the all button right now on to race number 5. Best of luck if you've got some live plays throughout the pick 5, throughout the pick 4. Those are your 20-cent returns on a pick 5 play. Favorite to complete at number 6, Pennies Noir. A 624 and change. There was action as well for both the 2 Rose Run Vigilant and a 5 Mock Shark. Wide open 5th race coming up. Should the 7 happen to win race number 5, there would be the pick 5 carryover. So not all horses are live on the end of this pick 5. Number 7, Blissful Anne Marie. If she happened to win race number 5, a pick 5 carryover would go into, we call it Monday, right? Because we've got the pick 5, the late pick 5 starting up here in the 5th. You know, with just 9 races, it switches up the multi-leg sequence wagering menu, right? Again, 9 races on tap, so our final 5 will start the pick 5 here in the 5th race. Late pick 4 gets underway in race number 6. And again, should the 7 horse win this race, there would be a pick 5 carryover that would move into Monday evening's card. A brief look there at my early or late pick 5. That is, again, with just 9 races. We are starting up a late pick 5 here in the 5th. I'm on to 1-6. Keyed up the 4 in race number 6 being Charmable Prince on the trot. I got deeper races 7, 8, and 9. There's Robert Reed Jr.'s late pick 5 ticket idea. He's 3 deep in the first few legs. His single throughout the sequence happens to be number 2, Twin B Fairless in race 7. 2 deep in the 8th and on to race number 9, trying to complete with a 1, 2, 6, and 8. It's a go-to wager here. This late pick 5 starting up soon. Exacta Tri Super Fecta also featured. And we've got the Jimmy Freight 2022 Camelot Classic winner feature race coming up. And, of course, we go back to Camelot Classic night, and Jimmy Freight was so good. He went to the Jets at the half mile and got the job done. Thanks so much to the ownership group of Jimmy Freight sponsoring race number 5 with their donation going towards Toys for Tots. Here is On Impulse from Post 1, Brett McDonald trying to come right back in here for the owner, Don McMurrin. The trainer is Tom Bain. Rose Run Vigilant, number 2, Natasha Day Potts for Kevin Jarvis. The trainer's Jim Jarvis. Kimby X, the owner, trainer of 3, Mini Million, Colin Kelly. Scott Young going on board, number 4, Big Bad Jen. This for Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, Don McClellan. Stu does the training. More to look at here. Mock Shark. Mock Shark. She is the 11-year-old daughter of Mach 3 for Mark and Mardell Adams, along with Robert Emmons. Vic McMurrin training. James MacDonald gets the call. Penny's Noir. Penny's Noir, the blind bridle today for Valerie Phillips and John Kennedy. John trains. Tyler Worth. 7 outside, Blissful Anne Marie. This long shot goes out for Steve Gerard, Jim Napper. Trainers Catherine Gaudreau. Driver Scott Ray. And rounding this one out, number 8, Tiger Shark. Richard Griffiths along with John Dixon on the ownership line with Richard training. Travis Henry gets the call to drive. 8-horse field on the pace for this Exacta Tri Super opening leg of a late pick 5 in the Jimmy Freight 2022 Camelot Classic winner feature race. So we'll wait on the production here to find the 5, Mock Shark, but the 2, Rose Run Vigilant, taking some action here. There is the 5, Mock Shark. And for you, Robert Reed Jr., you've got him or her pegged on top. And for me, I've kind of left her alone. Mock Shark does her best work when on or near the lead, though I have seen her do well roughing it first up for a long ways. And maybe that's what James McDonald will try to do, maybe put her in play in the early going and hope she can grind her way into it.
And he's been trying to put horses into play right off the gate and the other going throughout the card. And I think we're going to see that from James, right? He doesn't come here to, race from the back of the bus. Mm-hmm. And I just looked at her and thought, last time at Mohawk Park, obviously facing off against, some tougher rivals. And this time around, not that the field gets significantly easier, but you do get James aboard. I'm hoping she gets put into play. Thought she'd be valued. Didn't expect 10 to 1. Mm-hmm. We're at the midway point now of this challenge, and James is still looking for a win. I don't think he gets shut out, right? So I think he's going to get to the winner's circle. Why not on this one here at a decent price? But, for me, Sugar, you saw I'm using quite a few horses here in the pick 5, so I do think this is kind of a wide open event.
Mm-hmm. You know what? If you're trying to make some luck, if you're trying to make something happen in a driver's challenge and a half miler, there's no point in taking back. You got to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about the name of the game. Is for them to pick up points, right? Obviously, their intentions are still to go out there and give the horses the best chance to win. Mm-hmm. But I've heard it before. John Campbell said it once: "Good things happen when you leave." Your trip scenario can always get more difficult the further back you are off the switch. There's no question about it. And I think Mock Shark will likely try to get put into play tonight. Is she up to the task? I guess we'll find out.
All right, Natasha Day picking up points, and Rose Run Vigilant. She could find her way into this aboard this Dragon Again mare. Gets an inside post to work with. Will try to be on or near the lead in here as we go inside of 2.
Yeah, and I thought that, she'd be the favorite. I really did, because you got that inside starting spot, and it looks like a good spot for her to go forward off the switch. She raced really well 2 back, and I think she's got every right to be right there at the wire today. And I kind of said, well, I'll side against her looking for a better price, but right now she's a pretty good price at 4 to 1, Sugar.
Right on. Speaking of price and a favorite, it's the 4, Big Bad Jen. I'm just not seeing it. Are you seeing anything about this mare that would lead you to a 7 to 5 price?
Love the connections, no question about it. But I'm looking to, when I looked at her, I looked at it and said, okay, I think there's some better options in this race, and that was thinking she might be around 3 to 1, 4 to 1. At 3 to 2, I definitely go elsewhere, and that's why, like I said, I'm going 2, 4, and 5 in my multi-legs. If I was even going to go further than that, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And you mentioned it's a good race to have the all button. I don't disagree with that. This looks like a wide open affair.
Right on. I got my pick 4 ticket live to the 1 and 6, but I'm wanting the all button so bad right now. I mean, this has turned into just being wide open. Seconds away as the starting gate moves into position here. Final thoughts on this one, Rob?
I'm going to stick with Mock Shark. The price got cut in half, right, down to 5 to 1. But we'll stay there. And again, but you know what? Listen, I'm cheering for you, right? I always cheer for my buddies. You got the 1 and 6 alive, so I'll cheer for them first.
All righty, here we go. We've got On Impulse, a Rose Run Vigilant, a Mini Million, Big Bad Jen, Mock Shark, Penny's Noir, Blissful Anne Marie outside post 7, Tiger Shark in the back tier spot. A 16th out. Here they come. They're off. Penny's Noir trying to lead. Big Bad Jen is there. Rose Run Vigilant and stacking them up On Impulse from that rail advantage. Widest of all, Penny's Noir gunning here for Todderborth along the inside. Rose Run Vigilant, and Day is going to give the cold horse shoulder here in the early going to Borth. She's come on through with Rose Run Vigilant at 2 to 1, pocketing up in second. Penny's Noir all alone in third. Rose Run to Vigilant away in fourth. Big Bad Jen at 3 to 2, traveling at a fifth. We've got Tiger Shark next in line, sixth. A Mini Million. Then came Mock Shark, the earliest trailer. Blissful Anne Marie. 28 and 1. They zipped it right along here, and they're all giving chase to the pace setter. Rose Run Vigilant continuing second. Penny's Noir staying in there third. On Impulse and uncovered. Big Bad Jen gets put in play by Young. That's cover for Tiger Shark getting chased up at a fifth. Following on that move is Mini Million. Next to last, Mock Shark, and still trailing Blissful Anne Marie. 59 seconds flat the halftime, and it's Rose Run Vigilant leading with 3/8 left to go. Off stride, Mock Shark. Mock Shark made a break at the 5/8. Battle on down the backside. Big Bad Jen goes a full length in front of pace setter. Former pace setter Rose Run Vigilant out of the backfield now travels a mini million. Up between pacers was Tiger Shark, fifth and in Penny's Noir, 3/4 up in 128 and 2. It's still Big Bad Jen. She's got it by 2.5. Rose Run Vigilant trying to come back. Tiger Shark sticking around between pacers. Into the stretch they come, and the McQueen Barn doing good things. McQueen Barn doing McQueen things. They're winning again here in the 5th. Big Bad Jen, Young on board. And, he's hit the winner's circle multiple times today. Rose Run Vigilant stayed on for second. Then Tiger Shark third. It was On Impulse finishing fourth. 159 and 3. Big Bad Jen. The smart money was the early money. 3-2. It's the 4, Big Bad Jen on top here at 3-2. Then the 2, Rose Run Vigilant. Then you've got Tiger Shark at 22-1, finishing third. And the 3, Mini Million fourth at 12-1. 4, 2, 8, and 3. It's unofficial. So it's the second victory on the day for the ownership group of Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, and Don McClellan. Stu's second training win, of course. The answer, Scott Young has driven for the triple here from 5 races, 3 victories for Scott Young, putting a stranglehold on the lead for the 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. He's returning with Big Bad Jen, the 6-year-old daughter of Big Bad John. At a Polo Gen by Polo player, as mentioned, Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, Don McClellan owning. Stu does the training Scott Young for his 3rd trip to Victory Lane this afternoon. And you know what? We mentioned Lindsay Kerr having a birthday, and Megan, a better half of Stu McQueen, celebrating her birthday in style. This was a Big Bad Jen winning the Jimmy Freight 2022 Camelot Classic winner feature. Again, it's a pair of victories for McQueen, 3 victories for Young, a 159 and 3 score with favorite Big Bad Jen in the fish. She paid $5.10. Exactor. We'll get back to it. The pick 3, 20 center, $165.31. The pick 4, dollar ticket, $653.15. That pick 5, 20 center, $503.63. Exactor was worth $18.70. Dollar try, $222.60. Super for a buck, $1,847.65. The 20-cent return, $369.53. And the daily double, it comes back at $43.60. Here's that official rundown for the 5th. On Impulse, 5th. Rose Run Vigilant, 2nd. Mini Million, 4th. Big Bad Jen, a winner. Mock Shark finished 7th and was placed 8th. Penny's Noir was 6th. Blissful Anne-Marie, 8th place, 7th. Tiger Shark finishing 3rd, 28-1, 59, 128-2, and a mile of 159-3. Big Bad Jen. From the top, a 5-2-4, 1-8. 6-7-3 in the fifth. Number 5, Mock Shark, finished 7th, was placed 8th for causing interference to number 7 following the half mile. 4 more to go. On this Sunday matinee at the Raceway, it's the Vic Putty Stables feature up next. As we switch back to the trot, there are no significant changes here. Exacta Tri, Superfecta, this one starting our late pick 4.
Sounds good. Just a few minutes away until the late pick 4 gets started off here at the Raceway, starting off in race 6 for today's special Sunday card for the Drivers' Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. And there's a look at Sugar's ticket right there. Singling off on the 4, Charmo Prince, who I think is a very solid selection here. A good spot to single 1 to 5 on the board right now, and he's going to look for that favorite to get home and then spread out after that. In race number 7, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, I'm a big fan of the 2 Twin Bee Fearless in that dash. And in race number 8, the 2, 3, and 8, I'm going to go a little bit skinnier there. I think Cranky's Boys got a shot from post 3, but also like the chance of the 8 Twin Bee Jammer. And then in the money leg, the final race in the card tonight, race number 9, spreading out in what does look like kind of a wide open claiming event. He's going 5 deep in that one. And that ticket, $12 for a 20-cent wager. My ticket, kind of similar. Me and Sugar are seeing things a little closer on the same wavelength in this late sequence anyways. We were feeling a lot different in the early multi-leg wagers. But for me, I'm going to actually use a few of them here with the 4, 6, and 8. I do like Charmo Prince as my top selection. Think that he should love every bit of that class relief. He's kind of getting in this spot. Good post to work from as well. Brett McDonald aboard. But I like Muscles of Plenty. Thought it was a nice effort last time. And maybe can build off that one from post 6. Gets Colin Kelly aboard, who's driven this one before. And the 8, LA Magic. Still waiting for James McDonald to get his first victory in this challenge. So 3 deep for me there. And race 7, singling up on the 2 Twin Bee Fearless. Love the inside draw. Second start off the claim for Lindsay Kerr. Getting class relief as well. Ticking a lot of boxes for me. Get a single up on that one. Race number 8, 2 deep with a 3 Cranky's Boy, who I'm hoping gets forwardly placed. Getting down in class. Think that if he does, he's one that always races well when he gets put into the race. And the 8, Twin Bee Jammer, off time, trailing post, should take a lot of support. Qualifier looks like a good one. But obviously there's some question marks with where does he get away and is he ready to roll first start off the bench. Money leg for me, 4 deep with a 1, 2, 6, and 8. Thought that's a very competitive looking contest. I did go to the 8, Just Marvelous, and Colin Kelly looking for that would be looking for 2 winners in the sequence with Lindsay Kerr as trainer and Colin Kelly as driver. So for me, my ticket, reasonably priced ticket, $4.80 for a 20-cent bet, again, singling up in race number 7. But you're about a minute away till they'll be coming out onto the track for this late Pick 4 sequence. Start mapping out your winning wagers, and there's a look at the current standings for the Drivers' Challenge.
Alrighty, wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr., setting up the late Pick 4 as we go into race number 6. Following the 5th race, Scott Young, as mentioned, a stranglehold on the lead in this 3rd annual Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Back in second, Natasha Day with 35 points to Scott's 49. Travis Henry sits in third with 33, one ahead of James McDonald at 32, then Brett McDonald at 26, and rounding it out, Totterboer, Scott Ray, Colin Kelly, though Scott Young, with his 3 driving victories from the first 5 dashes, out in front and in command of this one. Here we go on Post Parade now. Our trotters for race number 6, sponsored by Vic Putty Stables. Leading the parade, number 2 Petro Angel. This one for owner-trainer Darrell Laver. Scott Ray on board. This is an exactor tri-super opening leg of our late Pick 4. Massive Ovation 3, Travis Henry for Jim McKay, along with Jan McKay Weishart. Jim does the training. Travis Henry on 3. Charmbo Prince is 4. Brett McDonald for John and Randy Ryer with John training. Then we've got the 5. I Am What I Am, Natasha Day for Patricia Gibb. The trainer's Joe Shaw. Muscles Aplenty 6, Colin Kelly for Patricia Gibb. Another for trainer Joe Shaw. Outside chance for 7, What Can I Say? Ashley Bako, the owner. Lori Bako training. Scott Young, who apparently can do not much wrong today. He's on board for the drive. And a trail out from post 8, LA Magic. It's missed about a month of racing action. Goes out for Forest City Racing Club. First time for the club. Forest City Racing Club 2. Right off the claim here for trainer Lindsay Kerr. James McDonald on number 8, LA Magic. And there is your 1. A spun from Magic for Colonel Schneider Jr. Trainers Cassidy Schneider. Tyler Borth is in the sulky. There you have it. 8 trotters then for the 6th race opening leg of a late pick 4. And again, sponsored by Vic Putty Stables. All the named races today were sponsored by the Connections, and all sponsorship donation would go to the Toys for Tots fundraiser this afternoon. Here was a look at number 4, Charmbo Prince. In from Woodbine Mohawk Park. And looking live here, I mean, this appears to be an easy spot for Charmbo's Prince, Robert.
I think so, Sugar, and I love the class relief that he gets, and a horse that certainly seems to do really good work on the half-mile surface, and has been very competitive as high as the preferred ranks, right? On the B track. So I thought that this looks like a spot where he should be able to get back in the winner's circle. I thought probably what even money or so would be the price right now, floating around 4 to 5 and that number.
Scott Young, bit of a runaway, right, with 3 driving wins, and I'm looking through the remainder of his lineup, and it doesn't appear to be too bad. I mean, if there might be a weak spot, it might be here because he's got that outside post with What Can I Say, but we've seen What Can I Say leave from an outside with Nat Day on board in the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Went to the front and took on all comers. So Scott Young, a stranglehold on the lead, hey?
Yeah, and he might put this one into play too, right? I mean, the answer is 8 is Wheaties today. He's been driving aggressively out there, and it looks like he's a man on a mission, and so far so good. 4 races left. He's got a big lead. Wouldn't need to do too much more to kind of seal this up.
All righty, Colin Kelly aboard number 6, Muscles Aplenty, a 5th place finisher there last time out from off the pace. Here's one that if she could find her way on or near the lead, I'm sure that would help this one's chances a whole lot more. I've never seen her do much from well off the pace, though she did pass a few in the late going last time out. But here's one I think you'd love to see her up close.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. The reason why I kind of liked her in this spot. Doesn't usually pass horses. She did so last time. Reunited with Colin Kelly, and pretty much all the times that he's been aboard, she's been on the lead at the quarter pole. At worst, she's been second, except for one effort where she made a break where she actually was situated second and preferred right here at the Raceway, and he gets along very well with her too. Has a victory and many on the board finishes, so I think she's the horse you might want to land on, especially that price of 6 to 1.
You've done some research on these horses today. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, I didn't have as much time as I usually do, Sugar. On these, I like looking up, history with drivers, right, with these horses and challenges. But Muscle Aplenty was one that I didn't. I went to obviously check it, but I've known that Colin's had success on Muscle Aplenty in the past. And especially one that is a speed threat. I've used her many times on the ticket just because she gets situated and she kind of just holds her position. Post 6 today, I think he's going to be fired up behind the gate and get her going. And 9-1, like I said, is a pretty good number on it right now.
Right, James McDonald waiting on James to hit the winner's circle here. LA Magic off the claim. First time for this new Forest City Racing Club 2 outfit from London. Of course, Lindsay Kerr celebrating her birthday. James McDonald on board. LA Magic from the trailing spot, though he's missed a month of action.
Yeah, and that trailing spot, right? Gets a follow it. A horse has to speed off the gate, but LA Magic's the kind of horse that likes to blast out to the lead and play catch me if you can.
Right.
Obviously can't do that in this spot, but imagine the prop bettors, right? Will James notch a victory on the card? If there was prop betting,
yeah,
they'd be sweating right now. That would have been a heavy favorite, right, for James to find the
for sure. He's missed a few times. He's been in the hunt a few times, but rare. Here we are, 5 races in, and yet to see James going to the winner's circle. But it could be here. LA Magic right now, a second choice at 5-1. Heavy favorite here in number 4, Charmbo Prince. On the class drop, they go in behind. Spun from Magic, Petro Angel, then Massive Ovation, Charmbo Prince. I Am What I Am, Muscles Aplenty, What Can I Say for 7 across, and trailing out is LA Magic. 1/8 of a mile from the start. It's the Trotters for the Vic Putty Stables feature. Here they come. And away they go. Muscles Aplenty. Bulls on out of there. Massive Ovation up between Trotters. Pylon position. Spun from Magic has decided to stack them up 3 high as they bend on through this opening 8. Spun from Magic being challenged here in the early going. Muscles Aplenty being made to work for it. A little steppy there out of 3rd, and backing off into 4th was Massive Ovation. Battle on as they roll quickly to this opening quarter mile. The Trotters are going plenty. This is Spun from Magic winning the early battle. 28 seconds flat, the opening quarter mile speed for the long shot leader, Spun from Magic. Muscles Aplenty now in for the 2-hole ride. Petro Angel looks at it from 3rd with Massive Ovation 4th. 5th and in. LA Magic stayed in. Underway goes the heavy, and I mean heavy, 1-9 favorite Charmbo Prince now marching with just over a lap to go. And that appears to be cover for the 5, I Am What I Am. And the trailer moving out was What Can I Say, 59-1 at the half. So Spun from Magic, he went all in. The big son of Cadabra gets them to the 5/8 second best. Muscles Aplenty still grit grinding his way into it 3rd. Charmbo Prince straightening for the backside run. Spun from Magic still going forward, trying to reach up on that wheel now. Heavy favorite Charmbo Prince. Charmbo Prince offering up the pressure, though. Spun from Magic appears to be a live wire for Borth. 129-2 for 3/4. Spun from Magic giving fits to the 1-9 fave, bending around the final turn, holding down 3rd. Muscles Aplenty still gaining from 4th. I Am What I Am. It's come down to these 2 and into the stretch on the outside. Charmbo Prince. Spun from Magic has led all the way. He's still fighting on. Spun from Magic. Charmbo Prince wants his heart. Charmbo Prince took it away. Spun from Magic was 2nd. I Am What I Am 3rd. Petro Angel 4th. 2 minutes flat. That was 4. Charmbo Prince just getting up over Spun from Magic, who won a big one for 2nd. 3rd goes to the 5, I Am What I Am. And then in the 4th, number 2, Petro Angel. 4, 1, 5, and 2. Unofficial. Heavy favorite on top. Spun from Magic, 17-1. Then a couple of longest shots on the board for 3rd and 4th in the Superfecta. For a winner's circle photo, Charmbo Prince. Second driving win on the day for Brett McDonald. Charmbo Prince, 5-year-old chestnut son of Royalty for Life. Out of Hetty's Charm by Angus Hall. Owned and bred by John and Randy Ryer. John does the training. Brett McDonald driven the win here. 2 minutes flat over the good going, snow going. Charmbo Prince takes the Vic Putty Stables feature. He paid $210 across the board. Exactor $550. Dollar try $30.75. Super for $1, $221.75. It's a 20-center worth $44.35. Spun from Magic second. Petro Angel 4. Massive Ovation 6. Charmbo Prince won it. I Am What I Am third. Muscles of Plenty 7. What Can I Say 8. LA Magic finishing fifth. 28 of 59 and 1. 129 and 2. The mile was 2 minutes flat. Charmbo Prince at 1 to 9 did not disappoint. From the top, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 7, 8, 5. Race 7 up and coming. It's another feature for Central Ontario Standardbred Association. That's right, COSA on board for 2 racing sponsorships this afternoon. They did race 3. They've got race 7 with their donation going towards Toys for Tots. All named races. Thanks so much for the support from our sponsors this afternoon. Back on the pace for race number 7 and back on the pace for our final 3. Exacta Tri Superfecta. A pick 3 opportunity starts here. Race 7 is next. Live racing continues this coming Monday and Tuesday evening, 5:50 start times, your free program selections and more for both days. They're already available on our website. Check it out at westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. There's the win photo from race number 6. Just getting up. Heavy favorite Charmbo Prince took the heart away late from Spun from Magic, who win a big one. Rob Lumsden, can you dial 234, please? Rob Lumsden, dial 234. And there's an update on the latest point totals for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Scott Young still on top there, though he did finish well back in race number 6. He still got 50 points. 8 better than Natasha Day at 42. Brett McDonald making something happen now late. He's in third with 41. James McDonald, fourth with 36. And that's a tie for fourth with Travis Henry. Then comes Todderbor, Scott Ray, Colin Kelly. Scott Young still leading by 8 over Natasha Day and by 9 over Brett McDonald. Down to just 3 more races to go. This one starting up a pick 3. Opportunity, Exacta Tri, Superfecta. It's the Central Ontario Standardbred Association feature, COSA. Sponsoring race 7. Shadow Warrior on the rail here. Natasha Day for Chris Kane, Keith Cullen, Keith Training. Twin B, Fearless number 2. It's Colin Kelly on board for Robert Sims Jr. Trainer is Lindsay Kerr. Art of Fire 3, Scott Young for owner-trainer Bill Leon. Then the 4, it's Don't Doubt the Lakers. This one for owner-trainer Stu McQueen. Stu tries for his training triple. James McDonald still looking for that first victory in the afternoon. Timetabayama 5, Tyler Boris driving for Tom and Jordan Ham with Tom training. Deb's New Man 6, Bill Durkin, Dylan Jackson on the ownership line, Larry Fitzsimmons training. 7 outside is Einhorn for Steve and Laura Roberts. Steve trains, Travis Henry up. And to complete the field from the trailing spot, 8 little tags off the layoff here for owner-trainer Gerald Weir, Brett McDonald to do the driving. 8 pacers then for this Exacta Tri Superfecta, the pick 3 opportunity for our final 3 races on this Sunday matinee. Here's a look at 2, Twin B Fearless going out for trainer Lindsay Kerr. Twin B Fearless has been up around Flamborough in recent starts. Went on a 4-win spree there through the month of November, and then that instigated the claim. Tried the $8,500 level last time out, a 4th best finisher there, back down for a $7,000 take. Colin Kelly gets the call for 2, Twin B Fearless, your top selection here, Robert.
Yeah, one that I was really fond of when I looked at the card sugar and, the inside post, getting back down to the $7,000 level. Last time it wasn't that it was a poor effort. Obviously disappointed at 85 cents to the dollar. Second start now off the claim for Lindsay Kerr, and we'll see a good spot for him to bust out of there and try to take this field gate to wire. And I thought the price would be shorter than 5-2, but there's a few other places you could look in here, and right now those horses are taking support.
Right on. Taking support at 5-2 as well as number 4, Don't Doubt the Lakers. Now McQueen, his barn has been red hot this afternoon, already sending out a pair of winners. Stu in line and possibly in with a great shot here for a triple for training victories with number 4, Don't Doubt the Lakers. This was a winner, 3 back with young Damian McClellan on board for his first Ontario victory. Now he gets the leading driver in the nation on board, and James McDonald. Don't Doubt the Lakers. The way the McQueen barn has been operating this afternoon, this horse should be like odds on right now.
Well, I was just going to say, this is a horse that, based on what we've seen so far today, I'd have no problem if someone just was betting him blind. You know what I mean? Without even looking at the paper, just saying, I'm going to bet the barn alone from what we've seen from Stu's horses today. And you get James aboard on this one. And plus, the paper's pretty good. I mean, the last start, post 7 at Flamborough, we'll just throw that one right out. I'm not going to get any support in there and couldn't really get into the race. Overland for a long way, 2 back and a respectable 3rd. And like you mentioned, Sugar, a winner here at, a big price of 8-1 last time at the Raceway, and really shouldn't have been that big of a number on the board on that occasion, I didn't think. So, 2-1, the money's going to start to come, but this is one of the ones now where if you've missed it on the other ones, you want to take a short price here? Right. That's the big question.
Well, here's the thing. When this horse won 3 back at 8-1, he was used more than once in there. The program line does not give that win justice at all. Young Damien, he was out and rolling for a bit at the half, but they were going too quick. He went back to the pylons. He got into a little traffic issue up and around 3/4, even turning for home. This horse was used multiple times during that win. The chart line does not give that win any justice at all. So Don't Doubt the Lakers. If he's in play, this horse can rough it.
Yeah, he can. And, that's the one thing I'll always say about, harness racing. And and with our programs and noting, each, quarter of a mile, then obviously the stretch and then the finish, but we miss a lot, right?
Yeah.
What happens between those poles, and that's a good example of one. So, and again, 3-2, I mean, we're getting down to almost unbettable territory at that short of a price, but I understand the support. I totally get it. And it's hard to go against the connections with how well they performed so far today.
We're actually identical on our superfecta plays here. Both of us using 2, 4, 1, and 3. Could it be that easy? Could it be that easy to maybe hammer down a $5 straight? 2, 4, 1, and 3. Here's the one, Shadow Warrior, Natasha Day. This horse can get bumpy gated. But if he gets away cleanly and gets away clean throughout, should be in the hunt, number 1, Shadow Warrior.
Even money, though. Look at that. As you mentioned him, Sugar, he just plummets down to even money, which to me is much too short. But I do agree with you. I think it's the inside 4 horses. I think that's the way it should kind of pan out in here. They kind of stand out for me.
Loving this drone action as the horses and drivers move in behind the starting gate. Happy to have Cosa TV on board with us for this 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. It's race 7, sponsored by the Central Ontario Standardbred Association. Pacers are at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing to Mitabayama, timed it perfectly. Deb's new man as well. Borth and Ray setting up 1-2 into that opening turn. And to Mitabayama is on the lead. Second best long shot. Deb's new man up on the outside in third. Put in play in the early going. Don't Doubt the Lakers driving on here for James McDonald at 5-2. This is going to be Don't Doubt the Lakers to grab early control, pocketing up to Mitabayama. Deb's new man traveling in third. Fourth best away for Twin B Fearless. Then came Shadow Warrior ahead of Art of Fire. Einhorn, the earliest trainer. Little Tags, 28-4, quarter miles speed. And McQueen has another one in play here today. Don't Doubt the Lakers and James McDonald fronting. Tyler Borth in second with Mitabayama staying in there third. Scott Ray with Deb's new man. An uncovered Twin B Fearless travels first up for Colin Kelly. A live cover apparently for Shadow Warrior, Natasha Day. Setting it up third over, Art of Fire, Scott Young. Then Travis Henry, Einhorn, Brett McDonald, Little Tags. 59-4, halftime speed 31 flat. Rated second frame for the pace setter. For the front man, Don't Doubt the Lakers to bring him on down the backside. Second and final time, hightailing at second. Twin B Fearless locked in the box there. Third to Mitabayama, 3 wide of the outside. Shadow Warrior, Nat Day's got this one swooping up now to grab second and into the final turn. 3/4, 128-4, still driving on. Don't Doubt the Lakers to Mitabayama, looking to split horses here. Shadow Warrior apparently has that one boxed in, just over an eighth left to go. Don't Doubt the Lakers still on the lead to Mitabayama, bearing down on the outside. Shadow Warrior keeps on coming for Day. James McDonald downtown. Don't Doubt the Lakers, and McQueen is in for 3. Shadow Warrior was second. Third goes to Mitabayama, and to round out the top 4, Art of Fire, 159-2. Don't Doubt the Lakers, the 4-horse on top. I honestly thought this horse would go away. Less than even money. Scores at a juicy 5-2 with James McDonald on board. 4-1, 5-3. It's unofficial. Back to the winner's circle. Unofficial winner number 4, Don't Doubt the Lakers. 12-year-old son of Don't Get In My Way out of Lake Hills Melody by Sportsmaster. Owned and trained by Stu McQueen of Sarnia. James McDonald on board for the victory. James with his first victory in this driver's challenge. Trainer Stu McQueen, his third trip to the winner's circle this afternoon. You'll have to put a circle around this date for next time around because Stu McQueen loves winning races on his wife's, Megan Riley's, birthday. 3 trips to the winner's circle for Stu. Congratulations in winning the Central Ontario Standardbred Association feature race. Don't Doubt the Lakers. McDonald for McQueen. $7.50 on a win ticket. Exactor $22.90. $1 try $67.80. Super for $1, $217.80. That 20 center worth $43.56. That rundown for the 7th, Shadow Warrior 2nd, Twinbee Fearless 7th, Art of Fire 4, Don't Doubt the Lakers won it. Tabita by Emma 3rd, Dev's New Man 5th, Einhorn 6th, Little Tags was 8, 28-4, 59-4, 128-4. It's a mile of 159-2. Don't Doubt the Lakers, 48 trips to the winner's circle lifetime. And a big day for Stuart McQueen here in London. 3 training victories. James McDonald on board. Don't Doubt the Lakers in race number 7. And now there were 2. 8th race up next, sponsored by Sealster Farms, official sponsor of our signature event, the Camla Classic, featured late May. Sealster Farms sponsoring race 8, Exacta Tri Super, late double up next. 8 horses on the pace. Good luck. Things are tightening up now with just 2 races left to go. Have a look. Scott Young still leading here with 55 points, but now Natasha Day getting ever so close with 53. We've got James McDonald now in play, sitting 3rd with 51 points. Tyler Borth 4th with 42. Brett McDonald 5th with 41. Then comes Travis Henry, Scott Ray, Colin Kelly. So the front 3 separated by only 4 points, with just 2 races left to go. Can Scott Young hang on to Girl Power Natasha Day, to Canada's leading driver for wins in 2022. James McDonald picking things up here in the late going. Four minutes to post time. Upcoming 8 starts a late double. Exacta Tri Super. Myself, Robert Reed Jr., Nathan Bain, all selecting 8 Twin B. Jammer on top here for Travis Henry. Now who picks? Going to the 1. Read the proposal. And then you've got Ontario Racing's Mel Keith selecting number 2, Ace 44 Talon. Ace 44 Talon, Brett McDonald. I guess it's Scott Young trying for his Grand Slam, right? Scott Young with 3 winners and gets a decent shot with 2. Ace 44 Talon to maybe hit for the Grand Slam here in race number 8. The current favorite, number 3, Cranky's Boy, Scott Ray on board here at 6-5. Here we go. Starters on parade. 8th race. Starts a late double. Exacta Tri Super. Second last race of this Drivers Holiday Challenge. And it's gotten very close. Scott Young, Natasha Day, James McDonald, all within 4 points. Read the proposal, number 1, Tyler Bohr driving for Rick Wade and Linda Grummett, Rick Trains. Number 2, Ace 44 Talon, Becky Geisel owning and training Scott Young, trying for his 4th driving win today. Cranky's Boy, number 3, Scott Ray Pottitz for owner, trainer, breeder, Rick Edwards. Smiling Billy the Kid for Colin Kelly for Colonel Schneider Jr. and Cass Schneider. Cass does the training. Don Rankin Jr. owning and training 5. Number 1 hit, Natasha Day. Then the 6, Mr. Godreau. It's owned by Kyle Stretch, trained by Michelle Sherman, Brett McDonald. Outside chance for 7, Come On Barney, James McDonald for Diane Sylvester, the trainers Dwayne May. And to complete the field, number 8, Twin Bee Jammer for Francis Dumichel, along with 8 numbered Quebec Inc. and Travis Henry. Travis does the driving for trainer Francis Dumichel. That's your field of 8 on the pace, sponsored by Sealster Farms, Exacta Tri Super Late Double. It starts here. Alrighty, 8th race, second last dash of the program. Back to race 7, Rob. Don't doubt the Lakers. Can you believe he went like from 4 to 5 to 5 to 2? I just saw him going lower as the gate began to move. It didn't happen.
Yeah, no, the way the Stu McQueen's barn's been performing today, I thought the same, Sugar. I thought we'd see all the money just continue to pour in that direction, and another nice win, for that stable. And James McDonald, right? Kind of, you look at the overall day, you think, how is he in contention? But he's right there now, right? Gets his first victory, got pieces, and now he looms as a major danger in this challenge.
Oh, for sure, because these last couple of races, they are, nothing is a gimme. We've got a couple of co-favorites here at 2-1 with the 3 and 8, but you know what? Any one of 8 can win either one of these final couple of races. We're down to a reduced field of 7 in the 9th with the scratch of number 4, Scott Ray. A couple of scratches for Scott on the day, but he's not in contention, so... I don't know. Read the proposal. A rail here, Tyler Borth. He has the opportunity to kind of mess with a few things here in the early going because this is an early speed threat. He's got some speed next door with Ace 44 Talent, Cranky's Boy. He likes to be in play. But then he's got a favorite in behind him, Twin Beat Jammer, coming in off the layoff. And a tough to back a horse when missing a few months coming into winter-like conditions here. So, again, this one shapes up to be a bit wide open as we go inside of 2. Let's talk about it.
It is, for me, I thought Twin Beat Jammer might still have enough to beat this group, right? This is non-winners at 1,500 last 3. Now, I don't always like taking horses that have been racing at, non-winners at 2 and stuff like that against horses that are winners. But this horse, I thought the qualifier was a good one. That back half is rock solid, right? And he doesn't have to really improve too much off that to beat this group. And then the next question is, well, the trailing post, we kind of hate that at times. But like you mentioned, there's speed to follow. So he should be in the race right off the gates. And really with the right kind of trip, I think he can best these. But you want to take even money in a horse that's missed that kind of time. It's hard to do, right? That's why I went too deep. And I thought Cranky's Boy is the horse that you might want to land on if you want to get some value and beat that favorite.
The thing about Cranky's Boy now, he finished a bang-up 3rd in the High Five race here on December 6th. Jay Harris was on board. Scott Ray does go back on board. Think about Cranky's Boy. He's one that can rough it. He does his best work on the lead, but he can live on the outside for quite a ways.
He can, and that's the thing about this race. Post 3, is there other speed in here? Of course there is, but I mean, his path to victory is leaving out for the front or sitting like a 2-hole trip, right? Just getting forwardly placed, and he's a horse that I think races liver when he gets in those situations, right? And last time I was actually impressed that he got a piece of it coming from out of it, and now he gets down to a spot that he should be more than competitive. So 7-2, I think, is a pretty good price on Cranky's Boy. Nose on gate, that's a big edge too over Twin Bee Jammer.
Hot hand, Scott Young, Ace 44 Talon. I just saw a video Nathan Bain threw up on Twitter. Scott kind of likes his chances here with this old dog, 11-year-old son of Dalon Frontier, Ace 44 Talon. Scott Young would be driving for the Grand Slam should he get there.
Yeah, and right now he's in need of those points, right?
Ooh,
because they're had a big lead, and right now it's shriveled right up. He's been that day clipping at his heels, and James not too far behind, so he needs a big finish here.
Certainly makes for a final couple of races in this, the third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. It gets very tight. Scott Young, 55 points. Natasha Day, 52. James McDonald at 51. And then the rest. Here we go. Read the Proposal, Ace 44 Talent, Cranky's Boys, Smiling Billy the Kid, number 1 hit, Mr. Gaudreau. Come On Barney for 7 on gate, 1 late. It's the returning Twin Bee Jammer. It's the Sealster Farms feature. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing, and it's number 1 hit and Day to take them on out of there, though driving up along the inside. Read the Proposal, and Todd Borth came on through here at 8-1. That has Nat setting up for a 2-hole ride aboard number 1 hit. Gapped off in third is Cranky's Boy, and it's 4th best away for Ace 44 Talon. Away in 5th, Twin Bee Jammer. Then we go back to Smiling Billy the Kid, Mr. Gaudreau, and the trailer. That is Come On Barney. He's at least 16 lengths off the lead, and they zipped it right along. The opening quarter mile was put up in 28 seconds flat. Read the Proposal for Borth. The long shot leader, number 1 hit, is racing second. Cranky's Boy, he's thinking about it. Cranky's Boy to go first up for Ray. That's cover for Ace 44 Talon, and to set it up third over, Twin Bee Jammer pairing up now. It's actually 5 out and 3 in with a lap to go. Read the Proposal, 59 and 1 halftime speed, right on the wheel. Travels Cranky's Boy, third and in for number 1 hit, 4th best and wide, Ace 44 Talon. He's going 3 deep right here, right now for the answer. Following up on that move is Twin Bee Jammer. Then it's a buried 6 for Smiling Billy the Kid. Off the back end travels Mr. Gaudreau, trailing though not out of it. Come on, Barney, up and by 3/4. Read the Proposal still there. Cranky's Boy still coming in the pocket. That's number 1 hit. 4 wide on the outside. Twin Bee Jammer, 129 flat for 3/4. Twin Bee Jammer was 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and going forward with just over an 8 left to go. On the inside, Read the Proposal, number 1 hit. Twin Bee Jammer still coming on the 3 wide side. Twin Bee Jammer, Travis Henry. Twin Bee Jammer at 3-5. Yes. Read the Proposal was second. Number 1 hit third. Finishing 4th was Cranky's Boy in 1:59 and 4. It's the 8, Twin Bee Jammer on top here at 3-5. Second best, number 1, Read the Proposal. He did all the work and will get paid for second. The 5, number 1 hit third. And 3, Cranky's Boy, 4th. 8-1-5-3, unofficial. To the winner's circle, number 8, Twin Bee Jammer, this 3-year-old son of Sunshine Beach, head of Twin Bee Bikini by Better's Delight, bred by Twin Brook Limited, owned by Francis Dumichel, along with Ickety Cow, a numbered Quebec Inc., Travis Henry, Travis on board for trainer, Francis Dumichel. The 3-year-old circles them 4 wide to win here in 159 4 in this, the Sealster Farms feature race. Congratulations. Leading driver, 2022 at the Raceway for Wins, Travis Henry on board for another here in London. Going official here in race 8, Read the Proposal second, Ace 44 Talon 8, Cranky's Boy was 4, Smiling Billy the Kid 5th, Number 1 Hit 3rd, Mr. Godro 6, Come On Barney 7, Twin Bee Jammer won it, 28, 59 1, 129. The mile was 159 4. Twin Bee Jammer gave them the backside business from the top, a 284. 5-3, 6-7-1, 340 to win. Exactor 23.30. A dollar try 52.60. Super for a buck. 135.40. Your 20 center comes back at 27.08. Turn the page. Go on to race 9. Our finale. Scratch the 4, Mr. X. A reduced field of 7 for this exactor try. Super high five opportunity. Wide open field of 7 here for the Bulldog Hanover. Fastest standardbred ever, 145 4. Feature race up next. 9 minutes to think about it. And here's the latest. Moving into the lead, Natasha Day with 59 points. Scott Young now with 56. We've got Travis Henry with 54. Again, Natasha Day, 59. Scott Young, 56. Travis Henry in play with 54. This gets real crazy for the final race, right? James McDonald, 53. Tyler Borth still in with a shot here with 52 points. So Brett McDonald, Scott Ray, and Colin Kelly round out the top 8. So we've got 5 drivers, all involved, all within 7 points of each other to decide the final of this third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. Yes, indeed, coming right down to the wire. It's our finale up next. Sponsored by the connections of Bulldog Hanover, the fastest standardbred ever with his 1:45.4 world record this past summer. And thanks so much for the connections of Bulldog Hanover, allowing us to name race number 9 in his honor. Again, the named races throughout the afternoon were through sponsorship, and those donations go towards Toys for Tots. Bulldog Hanover, fastest standardbred ever, 1:45.4. His feature race is next in race 9, and it's 4 minutes to go. All right, it's our 9th and final up next. Top selection on this end, Robert Reed Jr., Nathan Bain. We're all chasing after the 8. Just Marvelous, a heavy favorite to complete the multi-leg wagers on this finale. Nahu Picks selecting 1, Southwind Goliath. And then you've got Ontario Racing's Mel Keith going after the 2, Kingsley B. And as mentioned, it gets very tight now. Natasha Day has taken over, but she's on the outside looking in with 7. Eternal Ruler just needs a top 1 or 2 finish to seal the deal there with Eternal Ruler. Also in the hunt, Scott Young remains in play with 56 points. Travis Henry, following his victory in race number 8, boosted him up to 54 points, only 5 off the lead. Then you've got Kingsley B, James McDonald, Daddy's Eyes, Todd Borth are only 6 and 7 points behind Natasha Day. It comes right down to the wire here in race number 9. The Bulldog Hanover, fastest standardbred ever, 145 and 4. Feature race is next to decide the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. And it's been wonderful to have COSA TV with us on track. We've seen some wonderful drone shots as well, these live paddock shots, up close and personal with the horses and the connections. Heading out on a post parade here. It's our 9th and final on the day. Thanks so much to Curtis MacDonald and his team involved with COSA TV, bringing us this great footage around the raceway at Western Fair District. London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action getting set to go postward here with our finale. On track and post parading now. Starters for the 9th, group of $7,000 claimers on the pace. 1 is South Wind Goliath. Scott Young driving for Cam McQueen. Page Van Deel Pipers. Cam does the training. Kingsley B is number 2. James MacDonald for Steve Bestard. The trainers, Catherine Cochran. Daddy's Eyes 3 in from Rito. Goes out for Michael Stamp and Janet Larcombe. Michael now training. 4 was a scratch. Number 5, Old Friends Kentucky. Steve and Laura Roberts sharing ownership with Steve training. Travis Henry trying to come right back. Then the 6, Stonebridge Scout Brett McDonald, the call. Aboard the 14-year-old for Gladys McCarty. Trainer Robert Mawson. As mentioned, the outside chance for current leader in the standings here. Natasha Day gets the call for Eternal Ruler from Post 7, owned by Diane Sylvester. The trainer's Dwayne May. And to complete the field, number 8, Just Marvelous. Robert Sims Jr. owning. Lindsay Kerr trains. Colin Kelly on board for the drive. 7 pacers to line up for an exactor try. Super High Five finale. Here we go then. Just Marvelous. Heavy favorite to complete the multi-leg wagers. Right now he's a second choice at 5-2. Just Marvelous for trainer Lindsay Kerr. Colin Kelly on board. A winner with broken equipment over Flamborough, but leaving from the trailing spot, Robert.
Yeah, trailing spot. I mean, based on, his pick 5 will pay Sugar, he should be like a massive favorite on here. I'm surprised that that's not the way it's shaking out. 3-1 on the board right now. A horse that I've got on top, but it's all made a lot more interesting with we've got basically 5 drivers that can still win this, and
it's incredible.
Colin's not one of them, right? So it's just it's one of those races where we already kind of thought it was wide open, and I think with that dynamic, it becomes even more so, right? Because none of those guys are going to lay down in this spot, no matter who they're on and what their price is. They're going to be trying to win this race.
One thing about today's racing action, Robert, Post 8 has not been kind to many of them. The only winner we've seen was the most recent in number 8, Twin Bee Jammer. It took a big 4-wide push to win it, and he just got there. Now, that move he was making, many a night, you'd see a horse draw off by 5 or 6 lengths. But you know what? It's very tough to make that big move on the backstretch. It's very tough to be in play from Post 8 today. We've seen it.
It is, and I do think that, we've seen horses come from off in a few races, but you still want to be on or near the lead. I think that's where the place to be is. And you're right, the trailing posts, especially today. And I think Twin Bee Jammer, that effort was better than it even looks. You know what I mean? Because
big time.
It's one of those ones that, it'll look impressive on paper, but not nearly as good as it was.
Yeah,
so I think you can bet him back. Where he ends up.
Oh, I agree. He was one of my top plays on the day, and he did not disappoint. I saw him making that big 4-wide move, and like I said, I thought he was going to go on and win in a big way, but he just got there. It's very tough to make that big move in the wide path on today's track surface. Righty, so how about old Stonebridge Scout, nearing the end of his pari-mutuel racing career at 14 years of age, bang up second in his latest, and this horse has never minded having a catch driver upon. Look at his mile at 55 and a piece this season in London. We remember it well. Doug McNair sat on board. This old horse is capable.
Yeah, he went a huge mile on that occasion, and he can step up in these type of spots, and I thought he's one that has a chance in here. 6-1's not the worst price in the world, and one that's versatile, right? He's what he can go out towards the lead, or he can race from off the pace. And really, by all right, this should be a race where it's kind of busy on the front end early before they settle, just because, like I said, we've got so many guys that are still in contention for the challenge.
I agree. We're getting set to go postward less than a minute now for the wagers on race number 9. Here's a look at 2 Kingsley B. James McDonald still in the hunt here, only 6 off the leader, Natasha Day. He's at 53 points to Natasha's 59. Kingsley B was very sharp to me about 3 back, where he finished second at 46-1. He wants to be up close.
Yeah, it needs to be up close to have any chance, and missed by half a length to Stonebridge Scout on that occasion. And that was the kind of effort that kind of came out of nowhere for me, Sugar, when we saw that race here at the Raceway. And since then, it's kind of just been okay. Hasn't done anything too great or too bad. But now you get the nation's leading driver aboard who's in contention here. He's going to get put into play. There's no question about it. It's just a matter of he's got the pony to get it done. I think 9-2 is probably a bit shorter than it should be, but rightfully so when you get James aboard.
Here you see one on the backstretch getting some assistance. That is Ribsy Roberts, always in play with Old Friends Kentucky. He gets walked up to the gate all the time. The starter is calling for them. A wonderful job today, Robert. Always a pleasure catching up with you for the commentary. Catch you on Tuesday.
We will, absolutely. Been a blast today, Sugar, and a fantastic job as always, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, Robert. Here we go. The gate is moving for race number 9. It's the Bulldog Hanover, fastest standardbred ever, 1:45.4 feature. In behind the gate, and yes, indeed, Ribsy needs an Uber. Here we go. Southwind Goliath, Kingsley B. Daddy's Eyes, Old Friends Kentucky, Stonebridge Scout, Eternal Ruler for 6 on gate. Trailing out is Just Marvelous. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing Southwind Goliath. Old Friends Kentucky put in play, and from the inside, Just Marvelous plugged in from the back tier spot, bending through the opening turn. It's going to be Southwind Goliath on top, pocketing up Old Friends Kentucky at 35-1. Just Marvelous looks at it from third, a midfield fourth for Kingsley B. Fifth best away, we've got Daddy's Eyes. Then it's back to Eternal Ruler. Stonebridge Scout appears to be going the overland route here. Quarter mile speed was 29 seconds flat for Southwind Goliath and Scott Young. They're in command, already right lining from third. There goes Just Marvelous to be first up for a long ways. Live cover possibly for Kingsley B, who's positioned out there in fourth, getting shuffled here as they come down in front of us. That is Nat Day with the 7, Eternal Ruler. Then next to last, we'll get Daddy's Eyes, trailing the field, Stonebridge Scout. 59-2, halftime speed, and it's Southwind Goliath driving on. Second best on the outside. Just Marvelous. Old Friends Kentucky still in the top 3. How about Nat Day? A second over toe up in fourth now with Eternal Ruler at 45-1. A buried fifth, Daddy's Eyes. Then came Kingsley B. Stonebridge Scout is going to save ground to try to gain position here on by 3/4, 129-1. Southwind Goliath still on top, still challenging Just Marvelous. The Eternal Ruler trying to make something happen from third, and up on the wide side, Daddy's Eyes is put in play, coming late for Boris. Stonebridge Scout still in behind the wall, into the stretch. Show 'em if you got 'em time. This is Just Marvelous on the outside, up on the wide side, Daddy's Eyes pacing out of his skin for the win. Oh, maybe it got awfully close. Just Marvelous against Daddy's Eyes. Stonebridge Scout appeared to be third, a mile of 2:01, and it's Just Marvelous, it looked like, for Colin Kelly at 4-5. In a win photo, goes to 8, Just Marvelous over 3, Daddy's Eyes. Then the 6, Stonebridge Scout over 1, Southwind Goliath. 5th in the high 5, 7, Eternal Ruler. 8, 3, 6, 1, and 7. Kingsley B finishing 6th. Old Friends Kentucky was 7th. And the 4, of course, was scratched. Returning down in front, Colin Kelly winning the finale here with Just Marvelous, a 4-year-old, a stallion son of Arthur Blue Chip out of Just Say So by Real Artists for Robert Sims Jr. A trainer, Lindsay Kerr, on her birthday. She's got one to the winner's circle. Happy birthday, Lindsay. Nice win with Just Marvelous. Colin Kelly on board to take the finale. The Bulldog, Hanover, fastest standardbred ever, 1:45-4 feature. Going official here, Southwind Goliath 4, Kingsley B 6, Daddy's Eyes 2nd. The 4 was scratched. Old Friends Kentucky 7th, Stonebridge Scout 3rd, Eternal Ruler 5th. Just Marvelous won it. Mile of 2:01. Again from the top, 4, 6, 2, scratch 7, 3, 5, 1. Just Marvelous 360. Double on to race 9, pair of 8s for 880. Exactor 1830, dollar try 49, 45, high 5, 20 center, a 97.20. The pick 4, 25.05 for a buck. The pick 5, 20 center, 12.46. And there was a pick 3 on to the 9th for 3:01, and that's going to do it for our live racing card. And just prior to signing off, we'll await the point tallies, and we'll await to see who we have for a winner of this 3rd annual Drivers Holiday Challenge. So stand by. And there you have it, folks. Natasha Day with her 5th place finish wins the the third annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. She wins with 64 points, 2 better than Tyler Borth, who was coming on strong late. Scott Young finishing third with 61. And then came James McDonald at 56. Travis Henry, 54. Brett McDonald, Colin Kelly, Scott Ray completes the lineup. Congratulations to Natasha Day. Congratulations to all our competing drivers. It was a heck of a show all afternoon throughout the snow-covered surface here. A wonderful event again. Third annual edition, Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Natasha Day, after winning the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship earlier on this race meet, she takes the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Congratulations, Natasha Day. Fine job driving the horses this afternoon in London. So with that, that is a wrap. We'll show you the replay here for our 9th and final, and let you know that we are continuing to race tomorrow and Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday evening, 5:50 start times. Free programs are available on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. From the eye in the London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.